Good evening. Thank you for being here with us this evening. This is the May 4th, day before Cinco de Mayo, May 4th meeting of the Oceanside City Council. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Love that gavel. And ask you to please rise for our invocation. And today we have with us Reverend Elizabeth Wilson Manahan, Associate Pastor from the Oceanside First Presbyterian Church.
Thank you so much for having me. Let us pray. Loving God, on this beautiful day in paradise, we thank you for the work that is placed before the City Council today. We thank you for the perfunctory and the life-changing. We thank you for the care our mayor and City Council members take for the citizens of Oceanside. We ask that you would give wisdom to our mayor, our deputy mayor, and council members. We thank you for their dedication and for all who have gathered tonight to be recognized and to speak their truth about the issues of our city. We pray for cool heads, calm hearts, and swift business. Thank you for the freedom that we have to speak and assemble freely and the incredible place you have called us to live and work. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend Manahan. Thank you. And please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. And actually, I forgot about roll call. So funny how that didn't get into the agenda, right? Funny how we forgot about that.
Okay. Mayor Sanchez?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kime?
Here.
Councilmember Jensen? Here. Councilmember Rodriguez?
Here.
Councilmember Weiss? Here.
Thank you. We're going to do a couple of proclamation here, and with the Chamber of Commerce, we'll be doing the Mayor's Business Spotlight with Frontwave Credit Union. We're going to first start with a proclamation in honor of National Water Safety Month, with special recognition to Clyde and Billy Warner family, the family trust, which is a $20,000 contribution to the Brook Street Pool Youth Scholarship Fund. I'd like representatives from Parks and Rec as well as from our lifeguards to come join us as well. So if we could call down Nikki and Neil Boyle. Nikki is the daughter, as well as our lifeguards representative. This truly is a very, very special kind of proclamation for water safety, because we have this great big ocean out here. Plus, we just dedicated our wonderful state-of-the-art aquatic center. So this is really, really very special. And to have a family, a couple really, who used the Brook Street Pool for many years, and then thought of our youth and how they, might have not be able to have access to such a great resource, to be able to leave $20,000 to them. So let me do the proclamation, and then we'll get to the. No, you can hold it up for a little bit longer, right? Proclamation in honor of National Water Safety Month 2022. Whereas swimming and aquatic-related activities and facilities play a vital role in helping people to maintain good physical and mental health, provide healthy places to recreate, learn, and grow, build self-esteem, confidence, and a sense of self-worth, all which contribute to the quality of life of our community. And whereas communicating, teaching, learning, and practicing water safety can help prevent accidental drownings and recreational water-related injuries. And whereas the City of Oceanside recently dedicated a new state-of-the-art aquatic center, the William A. Wagner Aquatic Center, adding to the neighborhood municipal pools at Brook Street and Marshall Street, demonstrating our city's commitment to the health and safety of our community. And whereas the Oceanside Parks and Recreation Department provides essential education for the health and safety and quality of life of its residents, and visitors via its swim and lifeguard programming. And whereas the Oceanside Lifeguard Service, as part of the Oceanside Fire Department, provides public safety to users of Oceanside's 3.7-mile coastline and ocean waterways, from the Oceanside Harbor entrance to the South City limits. Beach areas include Harbor Beach, North Pier Beaches, South Pier Beaches, Wisconsin Street, Oceanside Boulevard, and Buccaneer Beach. Oceanside has a harbor, piers, rock jetties, and sandy beaches, all within a short walking distance, which makes us all unique among our coastline. And whereas this year, the City of Oceanside received a generous contribution from the Clyde and Billy Warner Family Trust in the amount of $20,000 to help provide access to youth at the Brook Street Pool, the pool used by Clyde and Billy for many years, establishing the Brook Street Pool Youth Scholarship Program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Esther C. Sanchez, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Water Safety Month in the City of Oceanside, with great appreciation to the Clyde and Billy Warner family, Oceanside Parks and Recreation Department, and Oceanside Lifeguard Service, and urge all residents to participate in water safety education and thereby safely enjoy our city's wonderful water recreational facilities and coastal resources. Thank you. I'm going to give that to you. And also one to Lifeguard Representative and to Parks and Rec. And let's see, did you want to go ahead and get started first?
Sure. First of all, Madam Mayor, thank you for this proclamation dedication. And my name is Mark Olson, oversee the Parks and Recreation Division here at the City of Oceanside, and just want to thank the Warner family for this generous contribution. It's great that the city has shown and demonstrated its commitment to water safety by building the new William A. Wagner Aquatic Center, but we cannot forget the other communities that we serve, and this Brook Street Scholarship Fund, Brook Street Swim Center Scholarship Fund will go a long way to providing water safety access resources to that community. So we're very proud and very grateful for this privilege. And Mayor, thank you for the acknowledgement.
Thank you.
I'm Nikki Boyle, the daughter of Clyde and Billy Warner, and my mom swam at Brook Street's pool for over 40 years, and she couldn't wait to get there every day, not only to swim, but to see her friends, the lifeguards, and her fellow lap swimmers. So the check today from my parents is a thank you for all the joy and happiness Brook Street Pool brought my mother. Thank you.
And now for my lifeguards.
I'm Lola Swank. I'm a junior lifeguard coordinator for the City of Oceanside, and we definitely appreciate this gift towards aquatics and anything towards kids being safe in the water. It goes a long ways with our town, Oceanside. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great big hand. Thank you. Now, we're going to be honoring Anita's Restaurant at the next meeting, 75 years, because unfortunately, the cook had to leave for maternity earlier than scheduled, and so we'll be honoring Anita's at the next meeting. We now have the business spotlight with the Chamber of Commerce. Scott, I think I saw you. There you are. Yes, and we've also got Frontwave. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to hand the mic to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We really appreciate this opportunity every quarter to recognize one of our great business partners. And for many years, Frontwave Credit Union has been an amazing community partner. Many of you probably know them through some of the great community events that they sponsor here in Oceanside, and they sponsor many of the chamber events. But really why I wanted to recognize them today is because of the special work that they did for our business community during COVID. So Frontwave is not originally known as being a business lender, but when COVID hit and our businesses were hurting, especially in the area of SBA loans and the PPP loans, and not getting the responses that they hoped they would get from the banking community, Frontwave stepped in, got fast-tracked with the SBA so that they would be able to offer the PPP loans to our small businesses here in Oceanside and beyond. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you served about 300 plus businesses with PPP loans. So yeah, that made an amazing difference in the survival of our businesses. So, and we were one of the recipients of those loans as the chamber. So thank you so much for that. But I do want to, I want to invite Todd to say a few words on behalf of Frontwave.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Mayor Sanchez. We're really humbled. I'm Todd Kern, Chief Experience Officer for Frontwave Credit Union. And Scott, like you said, although we weren't a business lender and we didn't have approval with the SBA, we heard from our members, we heard from the community that there was a need, and we got that on the fast track and got approved with them to go ahead and help with PPP loans here for our members in our community. For over 70 years, we've been making financial dreams come true for our military members on Camp Pendleton, which is where we started in 1952, and through our communities here in Oceanside and all the way out to the desert. And we are really proud of our partnership, not only with the City Council, the City Chamber, our business partners here in Oceanside, and we want to keep that up and growing our community, and that's why we're also very proud. One of the, we were joking in the hallway, worst kept secrets is partnering with the San Diego Sockers and the city and building an arena right there next to the Aquatic Center on Rancho de Oro and Oceanside Boulevard. So we're really excited and look forward to the growth here in Oceanside and beyond. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Great big hand. Yes, thank you. So a picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Want me to,
That,
want me to get in the middle with the...
yes.
Okay. Oh, I saw that my boss.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for,
Thanks, Mayor.
thank you. And thank
you,
you
Mayor.
for everything you do.
No, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
And we have our closed session report. That's item number 4. Mr. Mullen.
Thank you. The council met on item 1 of the closed session agenda to discuss labor negotiations involving the OCEA, MECO, and the Oceanside Marine Safety Employees Association. There is no reportable action under the Brown Act on item 1. On items 2 and 3, the council met to discuss a tort claim filed by Peter and Lynn Hamilton, case number 2021-000123. There's no action to report on item 2A1. Finally, the council met on 3 litigation items: Cummins versus the city, 2019-000-52471, and Preserve Calavera versus City of Oceanside, 2019-000-65804, and then NRF project owner versus City of Oceanside, 2020-000-25295. Again, on all 3 of those litigation actions, Cummins, Preserve Calavera, and the NRF project owner, there's no reportable action under the Brown Act.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Next are our consent calendar items, and those items are 5 through 16. Do we have a request from the public to pull any items?
We have a
Mr.
request
Navarro?
from the public to pull item number 9.
Okay. Item number 9, I'd like to also pull item number 10. So is there a motion with respect to the balance? There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 9 is approval of a 2-year landscape maintenance agreement with Brightview Landscape Services, Inc. of Carlsbad in an annual amount not to exceed $607,788 for the landscape maintenance services of the landscape maintenance districts, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement upon receipt of all supporting documents. And we have Ms. Diane Wilkie.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Diane Wolke. I live in District 2 in Arrowwood. I wanted to bring to your attention that we have had quite a year with Brightview. We have had multiple dog deaths in Arrowwood since Brightview took over the contract, which happened to be also at the same time a new management company came into process as well. Excuse me. A complaint was filed with the state DPR. I did receive an email the other day that indicates that the investigation is now closed. Violations were found. And as I was driving here this evening, it hit the press. And I'd like to share that with you briefly, too. There has also been a subsequent complaint filed with the California EPA regarding a water violation under the Federal Clean Water Act. There is video footage showing not only under this investigation where they have been known to broadcast spray rather than spot treating weeds, but they also, with the subsequent violation, they also were videotaped spraying into a concrete drain that drains into the stormwater. It did hit the Oceanside News on my way over here, so you're welcome to look that up. I would share it with you, but it just popped off my screen here. Let me see if I can grab this here. So I would ask that you please reconsider any contract with Brightview at this time. I would strongly recommend that you thoroughly vet anybody that you're looking at. I have it under very good authority that Brightview actually only has a single individual that has training in organic land management. We have an IPM in Arrowwood. They instituted that in December. January, they started spraying again, okay? So these are not people that know how to manage and to work within the constraints of an IPM, which we have. So that absolutely needs to be considered in this.
Thank you very much. Oh, did you have more to say? You have 7, 6, 5, 4.
I'm sorry?
I guess you're done?
With this item, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. To staff, is staff aware of the violations? Is this something that we can continue so that you can review all that?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I would not recommend delaying this. Thousands of residents would be affected by delaying this approval of this contract over hundreds of acres within the city. That is what delaying this contract would do to our residents.
We currently have the same company.
So
No, right? It's a different company.
Brightview has been maintaining the landscape in the harbor for the past 4 years for the Public Works Department, and this is a new contract with Brightview to maintain the landscape maintenance districts located in 11 different areas of Oceanside.
Okay, so the existing contract, we could do maybe perhaps a month to month, and Councilmember Weiss wishes to speak. My question was,
The contractor is not willing to go month to month. The existing incumbent is not willing to go month to month with the city.
Councilmember Weiss?
Is the Arrowwood area part of this contract?
No, it is not.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you for coming and bringing these concerns of yours to our attention. I trust that our staff and our city attorney's office create agreements where if they're in violation of any state laws or local laws, and usually that's brought up through litigation from the public upon them, we could revisit these contracts, and I'm assuming there is a opt-out or termination if they're in violation. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Weiss?
Move approval, staff recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I will just say that I am concerned that staff was not aware of these violations, and I am concerned that I don't know when that sheet came on and off so quickly. I didn't see if there was a date, but I do have concerns, and I would ask staff to immediately review this and possibly bring this back should there be a problem, a deeper problem than what you apparently feel at this point. But I am concerned, so I'll be voting no, but I do urge you to act upon this information.
Honorable Mayor and council members, if I could, certainly, this information came to us very late today, and we did read the article literally just right before this meeting here, and so we're certainly happy to look into the issue and report back to council and share whatever we find, and certainly, given the sensitivity of the matter, we'll make sure that we're taking all steps to ensure that everything that's done in regards to their work is done in compliance with all of our local regulations and certainly our own IPM.
The city does have control over what the city would like to see used in terms of materials, correct? And how
Absolutely,
this
Mayor.
goes-
Yeah, our intent is not to use chemicals whatsoever. That is one of the main tenets of the IPM. And that is what we strive for.
And so they're going to be closely monitored. Is that what you're saying to me, that they're?
Yes. Yeah, and there's provisions within the IPM that require, if there is a desire to use pesticides, they have to go through multiple steps and they have to get our approval to do so.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's vote on this.
Motion approved, 4-0, with Mayor Sanchez abstaining.
And that's because I don't have all the information that I would like to have. Okay, item number 10 is approval of a property lease agreement with Quality Children's Services for use of city-owned land located at 489 Calle Montecito, which is across from the Libby Lake Park, to provide preschool nutritional programs and child daycare services on the property through May 31st, 2032, with minimum revenue to the city in the amount of $282,325 during the 10-year term, and authorization for the city manager to execute the property lease agreement upon receipt of all supporting documents. And I pulled this item because I am very familiar with Quality Children's Services, that's QCS. They have a very special kind of program in that they actually, the women that qualify basically for these services, which are then subsidized, deeply subsidized, they empower the women, the moms, and so not only do they do the child care, but this is in partnership with the women. And this was formerly an Oceanside Boys and Girls Club site. And of course, this was when it was mostly used with youth, not a child care services program. And traditionally what we've done with these kind of services that are so very critical to the community for at-risk neighborhoods, we have basically required more of keeping up the property and ensuring that the maximum dollars actually go into the services versus say a lease. So previous to now, they have not been paying rent, and I would like to see, rather than the rent, which arguably is not very high that is being proposed, but that it go right back into the program so they continue to have, I mean, these are modules, and if they need to change them, I want to make sure that they're able to do that, plus maintain the property. So it would be my request that we direct staff to bring this back with that kind of negotiations and hopefully agreement. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Childcare is expensive as heck right now, and if you are, childcare is very expensive, especially for our lower income families that are, you know, struggling right now with inflation, gas prices, electricity costs. I would definitely like, you know, this item to be considered. I will go along with Mayor Sanchez's request, but from my understanding as a city, per our council policies, you know, if we have land and it's being leased to a profiting business, and there is not that subsidy, there has to be some financial review that we've done with past nonprofits or organizations that help the community, like Vance, for example, that help veterans in our community. Before we start subsidizing rent, we need to ensure that we're just not subsidizing rent for a very profitable business. And so from my perspective, I would want to make sure before we move on some sort of reduced rent or agreement with the goal of helping these Oceanside families, and I want to make sure we're helping Oceanside families and we're not having Vista families being dropped off in Ocean. Like, I want to help my community. This is my district. And so I'm definitely open to this conversation, but I just want to make sure it's going to be helping Oceanside families and we're not just helping a profitable business become more profitable, because that is not what a government is supposed to be doing. So I'm open to that. If you have any feedback or response to that, like this was just brought up to me today as an idea from the mayor, which I support, but I kind of gave my 2 cents on what I'd like to see.
Sure, honorable mayor and council members. So yeah, certainly, I mean, if you would like, if we receive council direction, and we could certainly go back and revisit the terms. And for the reasons mentioned, we'd be happy to do that and bring this item back if that's the desire of council.
Thank you. I see no other lights. Let's vote. Oh, Councilmember Weiss, do you want to speak?
I'll support bringing back, but my issue would be is that I would like to see that any maintenance or capital improvements they do would be offset with a rent credit. So we're just not giving them $2,100 a month to do nothing with. So if they have legitimate expenses that we agree with, I would say we should come off the rent, but not just waive the rent entirely.
Let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. We have 3 general items for today. Start with item number 17, which is adoption of a resolution approving the loan agreement with U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, for a Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, that's the WIFIA, loan to the waterway utility for an amount up to $78,244,922, a term sheet with the EPA related thereto, and an associated WIFIA note payable to the EPA, and authorization for the city manager or designee to execute all documents related thereto. We've got a report by Lindsay Leahy, Principal Water Engineer. Ms. Leahy?
Good evening, and may the 4th be with you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Tonight,
The 4th,
I'm here.
that's right, we're the 4th. 4th be with you.
Tonight, I also have with me for any questions that may come up, Brian Forbath with Stradling Law, who is the city's bond counsel. Tonight, I'll be reviewing the loan agreement for the WIFIA loan for the wastewater utility. As the mayor mentioned, staff is recommending adoption of a resolution approving a loan agreement with the US EPA for the WIFIA loan, in an amount up to $78,244,822, approving the associated term sheet and a WIFIA note payable to the US EPA, as well as authorizing the city manager or their designee to execute all related documents. City staff started this effort over 3 years ago when the notice of funding availability was released by the EPA. And in July of 2019, staff submitted 2 letters of interest for a water project and a separate sewer project. In October of that year, the EPA selected both of the water and sewer projects to proceed in the process and apply for the loans. And in December of 2019, City Council authorized water utility staff to prepare and submit 2 separate applications for these loans. The water application was submitted in January of 2020, and in September of that year, Council approved the water WIFIA loan agreement. And later that year, December of 2020, the sewer application was submitted. The scope for the sewer WIFIA loan project includes a majority of infrastructure needed to centralize wastewater flows to the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility. These include the Buccaneer Lift Station, Buccaneer Force Main, El Corazon Lift Station, Oceanside Mesa Garrison Force Main, as well as the Land Outfall and the Mission Avenue Force Main, which are in parallel alignments of some other pipelines. The item for tonight is adopting a resolution approving the loan agreement. This loan agreement is modeled after the 2020 water WIFIA loan agreement that was approved by council. However, this would be executed at loan closing, which is not anticipated till fall or winter of this year. Additionally, we would be approving the term sheet. However, this would be executed after approval. And then approving the WIFIA note payable to the US EPA. However, this note would be updated with a final interest rate, which is established on the date of the loan closing. The payment terms for the WIFIA loan include fixed interest at no less than the yield of the US Treasury securities on the date of closing. The interest rate modeled on March 30th was about 2.6%, 2.57%. And again, that rate is determined on the date that the loan actually closes. We would be paying interest only during construction, only on the amount that we had been reimbursed by the EPA. This is a reimbursable loan. And then we would begin paying principal and interest repayments after substantial completion of all of the project components. And that's currently estimated to be the end of 2029. Repayment is over 35 years, and it's expected to be repaid at the end of 2064. We would be repaying using dedicated sources of repayment or security pledges that are on parity with the city's wastewater revenue bonds. These dedicated revenues include rate revenues, project revenues, and other revenues that are pledged for the purpose of repaying debt service. There is a prepayment allowed for this loan. And additionally, the WIFIA debt service has been factored into our financial model, as well as reflected in the current January 22 and January 23 rates, as well as future rates for the utility. The sewer utility is also scheduled to pay off all previous debt service by the end of fiscal year 27-28, which currently accounts for $3.6 million in annual debt service. The next steps in this process would be the EPA would complete and approve our environmental reviews for the projects. We would staff would prepare and deliver a final rating letter from a nationally recognized rating agency. In 2013, the sewer utility received a AA+ stable rating from S&P. At the date of loan closing, we would then execute that loan agreement, set the interest rate on the WIFIA note, and finalize that debt service schedule. This loan is estimated to provide up to $78 million in funding for 10 sewer projects. WIFIA does pay 49% of all project costs. Interest rate is a good faith estimate at 2.57%, and payments are estimated to be just under $3.4 million a year. Again, under the current debt service payments that will be falling off by the time we repay principal and interest. The wastewater revenues are adequate to ensure payment of all annual debt payments. And with that, staff is recommending to adopt the resolution approving the loan agreement, approve the term sheet, approve the WIFIA note payable to the EPA, and authorize the city manager to execute all related documents.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak on behalf of the public?
We have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay. To the City Council then. Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you very, very much. You guys did a phenomenal job in your Zoom presentation preparing ahead of time, and so I was up to speed and you answer all my questions then. I want to thank staff for that. And I'd like to move approval on this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. We have a second. I just want to say we seem to be going well. I mean, this is timely. It's at a time when previous debt is falling off. So there will not be an increase pretty much. And so it's really just really fantastic that this is happening at this time. And this will certainly take care of issues that are happening over at in South O with the La Salina treatment plant. And it's just pretty exciting. So there's a motion and a second. Oh, Councilmember Jensen?
Yes, I just had, I would like you to elaborate on the Buccaneer lift station, the La Salina decommission.
Okay, thank you. So the Buccaneer lift station and force main would be the first stage of the infrastructure that is necessary in order to decommission La Salina wastewater treatment facility. It would then pump all of the wastewater flows that are currently received and treated at La Salina to the El Corazon lift station and the Oceanside Mesa Garrison force main, which is located in the Mesa Garrison intersection near Oceanside Boulevard and El Camino Real. Do you have any particular questions as far as the Buccaneer lift station? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. And actually, there are only 2 general items. Looked like there were 3. Item number 18 is approval of a right-of-way encroachment agreement with Sci-Fi Networks Oceanside LLC to allow the installation of a citywide fiber communication system. Report by Mr. Brian Thomas, City Engineer. Mr. Thomas.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Brian Thomas, City Engineer. For you tonight is a right-of-way agreement with Sci-Fi Networks Oceanside Limited Liability Corporation to allow installation of citywide fiber optic communication network and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. I'd like to mention that Mr. Scott Bradshaw, who represents Sci-Fi Networks, is in the audience tonight, and he will be available to answer any questions in conjunction with staff that may arise at the end of the presentation. A little bit of background. In 2021, 2 different organizations approached the city with the intent to install whole city fiber optic networks. Staff vetted both organizations through the competitive process over the course of several months and selected Sci-Fi Networks as the organization that most closely aligns with the city's goals. Now, Sci-Fi is a private company that funds, builds, and operates open network or dark fiber optic networks across the United States as well as Europe. Its business model is to install dark fiber network throughout the city at no cost to the city, its residents, or its businesses. Dark fiber, also known as unlit or black fiber, is an unused optical fiber that has been installed but is not in use. That's to mean that no light pulses currently go through the system until it's needed. Sci-Fi is not considered a telecom company under the definitions of the California Public Utilities Commission. As such, Sci-Fi is not afforded any of the protections a recognized utility would, nor is it subject to the CPUC regulations or requirements. As such, an agreement is needed to memorialize the rights and responsibilities for both parties. Their business model is to install the dark fiber network throughout the city at no cost. The network would be installed on both sides of each street along the city, along the lip of gutter, or as near as possible to that, to provide built-in redundancy. Pursuant to Section 2.4 of the agreement, until after the first anniversary of the effective date, the city shall not solicit or accept offers from or enter into an agreement with third parties regarding competing fiber optic systems within the city's boundaries. Notwithstanding, the city may allow installation of fiber optic cables by any franchisee of the state's PUC as long as they have a current franchise with this agreement with the city or the state to operate within the city. Regulated utilities have the right to install fiber optic networks. The city cannot preclude them from installing them, but we can manage where and how they are installed. This network would complement the city's economic goal to help businesses that rely on high-speed internet to remain competitive. The network would also ensure access to low-cost internet access to our economically disadvantaged households while addressing both the city and Sandag's ongoing efforts to address the digital divide. Utility markouts will be performed by DigSafe on behalf of Sci-Fi for all future work. In addition, Sci-Fi will provide the city with a GIS layer in both design and after construction, denoting the locations of their facilities so that we would have a general idea of where they are moving forward. Sci-Fi has had a presence in the United States since 2014 and has only recently expanded into the California market within the past few years, including the city of Oceanside. Sci-Fi will have agreements either in place or working to be in place with 11 California cities with an additional 9 agreements in Texas, Illinois, Michigan, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New York. Staff met with or held discussions with the cities of Fullerton, Placentia, and, oh, there we go, Folsom, to ascertain the issues with the deployment of Sci-Fi's network within those cities. Fullerton was the poster child of the example of what can go wrong, will go wrong, and did go wrong. Fortunately, both the city of Fullerton and Sci-Fi learned from their mistakes, refine the process, and the current agreement before you is the result of the lessons learned and staff's due diligence. Sci-Fi has agreed to follow the elements outlined in the draft excavation and right-of-way encroachment policies attached to the right-of-way agreement. These draft policies were developed in concert with the city attorney's office to add layers of protection to the public for underground utility installation work. There are numerous provisions included in the agreement to ensure microtrenching is managed in a way that protects the city's existing infrastructure while minimizing disruption to the local streets and neighborhoods and reducing conflicts with future street repair. The agreement also contains several provisions holding Sci-Fi accountable for any damage to the existing infrastructure. The installation of the network will be through the process of microtrenching. That is to say, they will stack a number of saw blades about 1.5 inches to 2 inches thick, and they will saw cut the pavement down to a depth of about 12 inches. Sci-Fi will post $1 million in an escrow account for the city's immediate access in the event they fail to address any required right-of-way repairs in a timely manner. They have also secured and committed 100% complete funding for the construction of its facilities within the public rights-of-way. In addition, Sci-Fi is committed to funding as needed additional staffing to process plan reviews, issue permits, and to manage and inspect the work in progress. As such, the city will not incur any additional costs associated with the installation or the operation of the system. As part of their commitment, Sci-Fi has agreed to provide a single point person for residents to contact with questions, concerns, construction-related issues, or praise for the duration of the contract. The term of the agreement is for 30 years with 2 30-year extensions, but does not preclude the city from entering into future agreements with similar fiber systems, provided 1 year has expired from the term of the effective date of the agreement. Sci-Fi owns and operates all of their equipment and has committed to contracting with a minimum of 2 internet service providers who will provide actual services to the business and residents throughout the city. Once the agreement has been fully executed, Sci-Fi anticipates obtaining the first set of permits to be submitted in the summer of 2022, with construction beginning later this year or in early 2023. Work will be set up in zones established at approximately 250,000 linear feet or approximately 46 miles per zone. When completed, Sci-Fi will have installed over 900 miles of fiber optic network throughout the city. The first zone to be established will be the data huts and the interconnect points between them. The build-out of the balance of the system will depend largely on logical progression. So it will be a complete system from one point to the next point to the next point until complete build-out of the city. That is to say that there will be no gaps in the system, no neighborhood will be given preferential treatment. As part of their agreement, Sci-Fi offers affordable subsidized internet access via Fiber City Aid for as low as $30 a month to qualifying households. And Sci-Fi will provide access to city facilities and equipment at a substantially reduced rate. As such, staff recommends that City Council approve the agreement for installation of the citywide fiber optic system and to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. I remain available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We do not have any requests to speak on this item.
Okay, to the council, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Fiber optics, exciting times.
The future is here.
So they're planning on spending $200 million. What does staff estimate of that would be in the form of staff review, permitting, fees, revenue? Is there going to be perceived revenue from this over the the term of their installation of 900 miles of laying this out?
Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember. The costs will be borne to an outside agency or staff we hire specifically for this project. The sheer volume involved with this would preclude staff from getting any other work done. This is really a full-time commitment. So Sci-Fi has agreed to cover the direct costs for all staff to review the plans, to issue the permits, to inspect the work during construction, and to provide markouts for our utilities. So we're looking maybe $300,000 or $400,000 a year.
Okay. So we're looking at generating revenue to help our city, help our parks, help our general fund of about $300,000 to $400,000 a year after the cost of outsourcing a development and outside staff to help facilitate the overwhelming amount of work it's going to take. So I'm just looking at it from a standpoint of we're locking down this company for 30 years with fiber optics. Is this the best deal we can get for the city of Oceanside, knowing that if the private sector is about to invest $200 million, they're not doing it for free. There's some revenues on the other side of that plan, and I'm in the position, and I was elected to ensure that Oceanside gets the best deal and gets the most out of it. And so my question to staff is, are we getting the best deal, or is there negotiation room?
Are you talking about a franchise agreement?
About just revenues, of revenues for our city to help our general fund.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I'll answer that question because I've been involved in these negotiations pretty much since day one. So as Brian mentioned during his presentation, to our knowledge, there's only 2 companies in the state that offer this service, and we engaged both of them in a competitive process. Neither of those companies under their business models pay their city's franchise fees. So the value that we get as a community is they're investing several millions of dollars in infrastructure in our community that doesn't exist today and likely wouldn't exist in the future given given the way that telecommunication companies typically work. I mean, usually they'll only invest in certain areas of the city and then they'll go ahead and collect fees. So we don't receive the normal franchise fees we won't be receiving the normal franchise fees from this company. We will be receiving franchise fees from the individual ISPs that they contract with that make the connection from the loop system to the individual residents. So we do receive some franchise fees there. quite frankly, trying to negotiate a franchise fee payment from either of the two companies out there would be a non-starter with them. It just doesn't support their business model. We do think there's significant community value, given the level of investment that they're making, given that they have offered significantly subsidized rates to our lower income residents, and given that we will also be receiving substantially reduced rates for our own city infrastructure as well. So in our minds, that's the larger community benefit being received through this system.
So thank you for bringing that up, and I really appreciate that explanation. In my last 3 years of being elected, sometimes cities, the cities and city staff, things come up where there was room for negotiation no matter whatever it is, and I just want to make sure that I ask the question, is there that opportunity? But I totally agree with you. When you say subsidized rates for our lower income families, that's written within the contract, and we have control over that to ensure we can get some reduced rates for those our residents?
Yes, there is. The exact terms have yet to be established, but as mentioned, they do currently offer, for those cities that participate in their Fiber 8 program, they do offer gigabyte service at $30 a month, which is very, very affordable. I also wanted to clarify one point that was made earlier. We're not locked into a exclusive agreement with them. We're only locked in for 1 year. After that, any other competitor could come in and do the same thing. So we're not precluded from having other companies come in down the road. The 90-year term is essentially the length of our agreement with them per the terms that are outlined in the agreement, but in no way are we precluded from partnering with other providers in the future. I just want to make sure that point's clear, and that was very important to us as well.
Thank you, absolutely. No further questions.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve this item.
Is there a second? Okay. Okay, no other requests to speak. This is a pretty phenomenal step moving forward for our community that will greatly benefit our residents, our businesses, and our city here at City Hall and other city buildings. So please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'd like to see if Darren Jensen is present. Okay, so this is item number 23, which is advance written request to reserve time to speak. Mr. Darren Jensen requested time to speak up to 5 minutes on sober living homes, investor money grab versus neighborhood approval / well-being. So, Mr. Jensen, thank you very much. You can begin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman, Councilwoman. My name is Darren Jensen. I'm a longtime resident and business owner in Oceanside. My family's been here 20 years. I own a cabinet shop in the valley. I employ people here. I have 3 children. They go to Oceanside schools. Junior guards, anything else, you name it. I moved into this neighborhood in Capistrano in 2003. My wife, and I used to wake up to red and blue in the ceiling of our bedroom and people face down in our front yard. And I begged her that we could stay, that this wasn't just a starter home. That neighborhood has changed. Obviously, there's a lot on my mind. I am here today to address the sober living home and David Fishbach. Based on the statements of my neighbor, Artie Carlson, who recently told me that we understand that he negotiated a cash deal with David Fishbach on his house on 618 Sunset, 4 houses down from mine. Being in the construction industry, I quickly learned. I build, I work, and I work with a lot of builders in this neighborhood, in this area, in Oceanside. We love it here. I wouldn't move back to Liebenheim, where I grew up, if you paid me. 618 Sunset is not yet operating as a sober living home or housing tenants. But this is what we believe we can expect from Fishbach's track record as we understand it to be. He will quickly remodel, build new bedrooms without permits. The work will continue even though stop work orders day and night, especially Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. He and those working with him will tell neighbors the house is being fixed up for vacation rental or to move a nice family in. Meanwhile, chopping the single-family home into many units as possible. We do not want sober living in our neighborhood. They're typically owned by investors for massive profits. There's little to no regulation to protect the interests of surrounding communities. I know that you are aware of this, but I know that my neighbors and people here may not be. The number of residents revolving sometimes 15 to 20 in one house. Police officers say these homes often become houses to deal drugs. My close friend, who is a Vista sheriff, and I asked him for one thing that I could share with you tonight. He said, how about you tell them this? Drunk in public, under the influence of drugs in public, fights, assaults with deadly weapon, sexual assaults, 5150, and vandalism. Capistrano neighborhood specifically, preschool, elementary schools, close proximity, dense houses close together, no sidewalks, no parking, no public transportation. Close walking distance to areas with availability to drugs, the riverbed. Fishbach, based on initial research, divides properties in maximum units, some regular rentals, some sober living, some in vacation rentals, does not comply with city rules, runs workforce operation that continually lies to neighbors in regard to residents. My family has invested heavily into Oceanside Capistrano neighborhood. We, along with all those here today, did not invest our lives in this city and the Capistrano neighborhood to only have an investor come and exploit our for massive profits. We made a conscious decision over the past 19 years not to just make this starter home, but to stay, to raise our family here. 2 daughters, 1 son, 2 teenage daughters that run up and down this neighborhood. He lives in Rancho Santa Fe. I work out there. I've been out there all week. Fairbanks, Rancho. There's no sober living homes planted next to these people's houses. So what's wrong with Oceanside and Vista and Carlsbad? To the council members who have heard this message before, we need to know why nothing is being done. Something needs to be done now before something bad happens. I have teenage daughters. Sexual assault to one of my daughters. That's all I need to say. I'm not waiting, like my police officer said as I asked him, please report this license plate. He said, I can't. I can lose my job. I respect that. I'm not waiting for something to happen to my children, my wife. My brother is an addict. He's been in and out of these homes. We've had to rescue them from them. I know what they're like. And now it's hitting home, and we have rentals in this neighborhood. And each of the families that I have put my blood, sweat, and tears into building these nice homes are under market rent. Because I believe in this neighborhood. I'm asking you to please do something before this starts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I would like to direct you to Mr. Michael Gossman, our Assistant City Manager. If you could please meet outside so you can get your information and, discuss what we can do as a city. All right? He's right behind you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. It is 6 o'clock, so we do have certain items we must take up at the 6 o'clock hour. These are called public hearing items. This is where the items are actually actually sent out notices very specifically that they will be on the 6 o'clock calendar. So the first one is item number 19. That is adoption of a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2022-P01 and approving conditional use permit to allow the potential storage and distribution of 19,780 gallons of corrosive liquids and 1,100 gallons of oxidizing materials for a new business known as Chem Station Pacific. The applicant is Chem Station Pacific, LLC. The appellant is Sylvia Peters. I'm going to go ahead and open this hearing and request disclosures from the council members, my fellow council members, regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff and various neighbors. Staff and public.
Staff and the public, we did receive several emails.
Staff and the public.
Staff, public.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro. Do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
All the correspondence that we received have been distributed to council prior to the meeting.
Thank you. So our hearing begins with testimony by Dane Thompson, who is Planner 1 for the City of Oceanside.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. My name is Dane Thompson with the Planning Division, and I will be presenting tonight with Acting Deputy Chief and Fire Marshal David Parsons. Item 19, the appeal of the Chem Station Pacific project. Staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission resolution approving the potential storage of 19,780 gallons of corrosive liquids and 1,100 gallons of oxidizing materials at 4630 North Avenue. On March 14th, the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on the project, and after due consideration, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution approving the project unanimously. On March 23rd, Sylvia Peters filed an appeal with the City Clerk's office with 33 signatures from residents within the notice area. The subject site is 4630 North Avenue, just south of Vista Pacific Drive. It's a 2-acre site within the Peacock neighborhood within the limited industrial zone. Surrounding land uses include other light industrial properties to the north, west, and east, and a residential area to the south. Just to the north of the site is a tributary that feeds into the Loma Alta Creek. The surrounding land uses include various manufacturing and distribution facilities typical of an industrial area. The proposed use is for a company that sells cleaning supplies, including concentrated water-based and biodegradable detergents and sanitizers, mostly to food processing and packaging facilities, such as breweries. This conditional use permit is to allow for not more than 19,780 gallons of corrosive liquids and 1,100 gallons of oxidizing material. The next part of our presentation is best stated by Acting Deputy Chief and Fire Marshal David Parsons.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Dave Parsons, Acting Deputy Chief and Fire Marshal. So I'm going to describe this hazardous materials review process very briefly. There's a lot to it other than what I'm going to say here, so I'll definitely be available for questions after this. The Oceanside Fire Department Prevention Division, formerly known, is now the Community Risk Reduction Division. We evaluate these permits as part of the planning process. When a facility and/or process incorporating hazardous materials is proposed, the fire department may require a hazardous materials fire code compliance report. That's intended to specify the hazardous materials storage and use requirements to help the owners and fire department expedite the plan review. It should be noted that the fire department has the expertise to do these, but it takes a long time. So we expedite it by getting some experts involved and getting the technical reports completed. The consultant must be approved by the fire department to ensure their qualifications. And in this case, the consultant is a respected subject matter expert provided service to many other applicants, and someone we've worked with well for a long time in the past. We did require a report for Chem Station Pacific in this case as a condition of approval. The report was submitted and accepted by the division. It is 298 pages long, if you want to understand the technical detail that goes into it. The applicant is then responsible for submitting various plans for the site, the building, the fire suppression system, and we hold them accountable to the technical report and some other items related to the fire code and building code. These plans are approved based on compliance with those items and to include reviewing to make sure that they've submitted to what we call the CUPA, which is the Hazardous Materials Division of San Diego County Department of Environmental Health. Just a couple of bullet points on what's going on here. There's no explosive materials or hazardous gases on site. They are not generating hazardous waste. They're basically transferring chemicals. There's no open use of the hazardous materials. It is an entirely closed system. And they are subject to regular inspections. That is done by multiple agencies. The inspections are provided by the San Diego County Department of Environmental Health, and they will do that on a regular basis, anywhere between 1 and 3 years, depending on what the final risk management plan says. And then the fire department has a requirement to have their fire suppression system certified on an annual basis. And of course, per state and federal and local law, they're responsible for any environmental issues and cleanup should an accident occur. In front of you is the site plan. On your left, the gray area is the building area that they're going to be operating their business out of, and then the hatched area that is then blown out to the right is the outdoor storage part of their facility. And in terms of one of the reasons that we require the report and that they step up the regulatory side of things is that they're above maximum allowable quantities in just a regular use environment. So what that creates is now a heightened level of control and containment. They have to have a primary containment, which is equal to the largest container on site, and that's the 9,000 gallons that you see on there. And then they have to have a secondary containment, which is the 36,000 plus gallons. And that is to cover if they have a fire in addition to just a spill, and then the fire would be 20 minutes of fire sprinkler release or 24 hours of rain on a 25-year storm. And I will now turn over to Dane for the conclusion of this part. I am going to be available for questions, and as soon as he's done with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fire Marshal. The appellant asserts that sodium hydroxide possesses a unique danger because it emits substantial heat. The solution that will be stored on site is an already pre-mixed solution. So sodium hydroxide does emit heat when it's dissolved in water. The solution on site will not have that issue because it's a pre-made solution. The appellant asserts that some of the subject materials can react adversely with the other materials stored on site. That is an issue with hazardous materials. That's why it's in the fire code. There is sections on separations of incompatible materials. In this case, they need to be at least 20 feet separated. There's other caveats to that if they can't meet that. The appellant asserts that the project is prohibited because it does not meet the definition of small scale in the zoning ordinance. Small scale generally means uses that are no larger than 5,000 square feet of floor area. However, this is irrelevant in the case. The use of storing and distributing detergents and sanitizers is a permitted use regardless of size in the limited industrial zone. The appellant asserts that the existing facilities exemption is not applicable for this project. The existing facilities exemption is tailored for projects like these where the use is not being expanded, specifically when there's existing buildings, just like this project. CEQA review was also previously conducted when the site was developed. The appellant asserts that the project will negatively impact the health and safety of the community. The project was found to be in compliance with all local codes, ordinances, and policies. The reason that the CUP was required was just for this reason, to make sure that all necessary precautions were being made so that it will not adversely affect the community. The project was found to be consistent with the general plan. As conditioned, the project will comply with the zoning ordinance, and the project is compatible with the existing land uses. The containment provided meets and exceeds all fire code requirements. The nearby residential zone is sufficiently buffered, and the project will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare of the surrounding community. With that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution Number 2022 P01, approving conditional use permit CUP 21-00016 to allow the potential storage and distribution of 19,780 gallons of corrosive liquids and 1,100 gallons of oxidizing materials at 4630 North Avenue. This concludes our presentation. With that, we're available for any questions. The applicant is here as well. He will give a short presentation. He's available for questions as well. We also have Chief Parsons and Justin Gamble from our Watershed Protection Program. They're all available for questions if that arises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is the time for the applicant to do a presentation. The applicant would have, sorry?
Mayor, it's the appellant goes first because it's on appeal.
I'm sorry, appellant. My apologies. This is the time for the appellant to do their presentation. Appellant gets up to 20 minutes. Who is going to be the appellant who will be speaking? Not Sylvia Peterson? Two people, okay. You will have up to 20 minutes. You can reserve time for rebuttal if you wish. After you do your presentation, then the city is the applicant, right? No, the company is the applicant. Will then have up to 20 minutes to speak. The applicant will not have rebuttal. So whatever time you use of that 20, that's it. And then we will hear from the public. So begin with your appellant. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Peters. I live in the Regency Hills community, and I am here. This was an appeal by not just myself, but the community of 350 members that live in this community. We have a vested interest in the outcome of this, and just one thing that I want to make a point is that the Planning Commission is relying on a CEQA report that was made over 43 years ago, before all of the community was built, before the Rancho del Oro was built, before all of our homes were built, and we stand very firm that this is irrelevant, that it hasn't been updated in 43 years, and they're relying on this report for the storage of over 20,000 of hazardous material gallons. And at that time, when the CEQA report was made, the limit was 125 gallons of hazardous waste. So we feel that is inadequate and it needs to be updated. And I'm going to introduce Ann Catherine, who is going to do the PowerPoint presentation from here on.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak and represent my community's concerns this evening. I see a lot of community members around here. 19,780 gallons of corrosives and 1,100 gallons of oxidizing materials. This is what Chem Station LLC wants to store in our neighborhood. just about 100 feet from several of my own neighbors and less than a mile from over 1,000 school children. They also want to store flammables in the parking lot. The Loma Alta Creek is directly adjacent to the property, and the Sprinter commuter rail is within 490 feet. This exceeds the City of Oceanside's allowable limit of corrosives by 165 times and is 11 times the allowable amount of oxidizing materials. This area is zoned for limited industrial. How is this limited? These requests are pushing the limited of the zoning, especially considering its proximity to what is considered a medium and high-density residential area. How are they pushing this? First of all, by requesting to store 165 times the allowable amount, for which a special permit is required. That's why the neighborhood was notified. It was required because this is not a normal amount of chemicals allowed in Oceanside. They are also pushing the limits by planning to store hazardous chemicals, including flammables, in an outdoor area, which is expressly prohibited by Oceanside Zoning Ordinance Article 3020, pertaining to outdoor facilities, item I, which expresses that there are no hazardous materials to be stored in the outdoor storage area. Further, in Section G of Article 415, limited industry is, quote, manufacturing of finished parts or products primarily from previously prepared materials and provision of industrial services both within an enclosed building. This classification includes processing, fabrication, assembly, treatment, and packaging. Chem Station is conducting business outside of the enclosed building, going against the guidelines for limited industry. Should businesses that are supposed to be limited really be deviating this much from Oceanside zoning regulations, especially considering the density of residents in the surrounding area? This business would be more appropriately located in an area for general industry away from residents and schools. The adjacent neighborhood where I live was built around 1986, prior to the construction of this building, when the population of Oceanside was approximately 100,000, according to World Population Review. Today, the population is estimated at around 175,700, which is an increase of around 75%. Oceanside is estimated at over 4,000 people per square mile. However, according to one real estate report for the 4630 North Avenue property, there are an estimated 18,373 people within a 1 mile square radius of this facility, and 148,654 people within a 3 mile radius of this facility, which clearly is including some areas in Vista. According to Acros Organics, methanol, one of Chem Station's chemicals proposed for storage, is considered a developmental hazard under Proposition 65. Do we really want hundreds of gallons of this type of thing in a residential area? Which brings us to the chemicals. I have heard the owner and others refer to casually as soap. This seems to be intended to imply that they are benign. If this were the case, they would not hold the classification of hazardous, nor then would a permit be required. Chem Station's owner, in a letter from their consultant, Klaus Bruckner and Associates, claim that sodium hydroxide is not toxic, according to the California Fire and Building Code. Sodium hydroxide was first actually registered as a pesticide in 1951. As per the EPA, sodium hydroxide is a chemical whose toxicity has been well known for some time. It is corrosive and irritating to the skin, eyes, and mucous membranes, and has been placed in toxicity category 1, indicating the highest degree of toxicity for acute eye and skin irritation effects. A subchronic inhalation study showed bronchial and lung effects in rats. Human poisoning cases indicate that less than 10 grams taken orally is fatal. Maybe it's not classified as toxic because you don't die from ingesting it. You die when you eat it because it eats you from the inside. 10 grams is the weight of 2 sheets of copy paper. There are 17 chemicals on this hazardous inventory list, and there are various hazards posed by many of these chemicals. If this CUP permit is granted, what precedent does it set for what we allow in residential areas filled with elderly people, homes, and schools? What happens when this business grows and they ask to store even more. Or when they pass on this permit to the next owner, because actually the permit goes with the property, not with the business, and that owner wants to use the permit. What else will be allowed in this and other limited industrial areas? The city should be moving to decrease hazardous chemicals in densely populated areas, not pushing the limits of them. Further, this does not align with Oceanside zoning goals. Article 13, Industrial Districts, 1310, lists specific purposes of industrial zoning, limited. Strengthen the city's economic base and provide employment opportunities close to home for residents. No new jobs are coming from Chem Station. As per the owner, they are bringing all employees from their previous facility. Another purpose of the industrial zone, ensure that the appearance and effects of industrial uses are compatible with the character of the area in which they are located, and minimize the impact of industrial uses on adjacent residential districts. Its proximity to Loma Alta Creek and wildlife render this business incompatible with the area. Likewise, the dense population of this area make it even more so. Hazardous chemicals in this volume are not compatible with residential areas with school children, and also the nearby central kitchen for Vista Unified School District. It also presents fire and contamination hazard. Spills poured into the sewer, leaking into the creek, and potentially water supply, along with hundreds of gallons of flammables in the parking lot, are not in line with minimizing the impact of industrial uses on adjacent residential districts. If you consider the risk-benefit analysis, this business existed successfully at another location prior to this date. My conversation with the owner indicates the move was primarily motivated by his desire for convenience for himself and his employees. So he already actually has customers in our area. This business is bringing all the employees with it, not bringing any new jobs. It is not revitalizing an area or offering a storefront that will benefit the greater public in any tangible way. The risks of such a facility far outweigh the benefits. So now I want to talk a little bit about CEQA. The CEQA exemption. It is noted that the lead agency has determined the project qualifies for Article 9, Section 1503, existing facilities. Class 1, so I'm quoting right from the policy here. Class 1 consists of the operation, repair, maintenance, permitting, leasing, licensing, or minor alteration of existing public or private structures, facilities, mechanical equipment, topographical features involving negligible or no expansion of existing or former use. Okay, so the key consideration is whether the project involves negligible or no expansion of use, not of size, not of facility, but of use. So clearly we can see there's not that many physical modifications being made to this facility. However, the key consideration is expansion of use. So we're talking about purpose, not just structural. I was told by the project planner that this property formerly manufactured parts for aircrafts and that it did not hold a permit to store volumes of hazardous chemicals beyond the upper allowable limits. Additionally, the outdoor area was not used for storage or spill mitigation previously, as is the intention with this business. What was once a parking lot now has to be designed to protect a vulnerable creek from hazardous chemical spills, house hundreds of gallons of flammable substances, and serve as a storage area for multiple large containers of hazardous chemicals. The key here is that the contents and the intent of the facility is going to be quite different than its previous use. So going back to the Class 1 definition, we're talking about operation and permitting, not just about the facility. Okay, so it's getting permits the other business probably didn't have. Not just physical changes are key here. With the recent $1 million federal grant received by Oceanside to clean up Loma Alta Creek, a host of wildlife in the area, including endangered species, and an increase in wildfires, it seems ridiculous, actually, that this project would be exempt from the required environmental study. A little bit more about CEQA. CEQA, this is from California.gov state. CEQA applies to discretionary projects undertaken by private parties. A discretionary project is one that requires the exercise of judgment or deliberation by a public agency in determining whether the project will be approved or if a permit will be issued. Aside from decisions pertaining to a project that will have direct physical impact on the environment, CEQA also applies to decisions that could lead to indirect impacts, such as making changes to local codes, policies, and general and specific plans. So here we are in danger of setting a precedent, impacting policy, letting zoning become less than limited. From Nadine Scott, attorney at law and founder of Friends of Loma Alta Creek, sent to Sergio Madera prior to the planning hearing. Kindly register our opposition to granting a CEQA exemption on this project. The potential for environmental harm is easily anticipated, both to air and drainage to Loma Alta Creek, and thus requires a more thorough CEQA classification. Further, they are asking for a CUP for a larger volume of hazardous materials than is allowed by zoning and city rules. That further places this project beyond the exemption that has been granted. It is noted in city response, and also as Mr. Thompson pointed out, that the last time an environmental impact report was completed for the Vista Business Park was in October 1979, nearly 43 years ago. Let's think about that for a moment. What has happened in the last 43 years? Climate change, water pollution and scarcity, earthquakes and an increase in California wildfires, not to mention the population increase that I referred to earlier, and all the residential development and nearby schools being built. How can we not do an environmental impact report at this point? Speaking of wildfires, at the city planning hearing, and Fire Marshal David Parsons, who we heard from earlier, is clear in his responses that the fire department's safety analysis does not take into consideration any outside factors. So outside of the footprint of the site, the surrounding area, the evacuation plan, the schools, the residents, is not part of the fire department's approval. This site, however, does not exist in a vacuum, okay? If a fire starts, you have to put it out for real, not just on paper. Our neighborhood, Regency Hills, is just adjacent to this site. A stone's throw from 4630 North Avenue is a vacant lot that enters into our neighborhood. It is overgrown with brush, and nobody takes care of it. This would act as a kindling conduit in the event of a fire at Chem Station, funneling the fire directly into our neighborhood. That is super scary. The next item I'm guessing no one thought of is that there's only one viable exit from the Regency Hills neighborhood. In the event of a fire or other catastrophe, there would be a furious competition to get out of the neighborhood quickly. The other nearest exit would require entering the adjacent neighborhood and going toward North Avenue, directly in the path of a fire. So, I just wanted to share a few photos. Here's the site. There's the containment outdoor area. I don't know how easy it is to see. Apparently this was a day it rained, and as part of the plan, everything's supposed to go toward the container into a grate there, which I can show you later. I don't know if you can see in the corner, but there's actually standing water in the corner, and there it is. So I think what the owner told me is that the pavement was already supposed to be graded, but the liquid is going the wrong way, going into the corner and not towards that grate where it's supposed to drain into. So I just wanted to share that. I believe the owner is supposed to clear a lot of the brush, but I wanted to give you an idea of what it's like around the site. It's basically like kindling, and there's the Loma Alta Creek back there. It's pretty small, but you can see a little bit of water on the left side, and that's all brush right above it. Would make for, there's a better picture. You can see the water and all the brush. Okay, a lot of brush around the site, so I think part of the agreement is to clear it, which obviously would be helpful, but I don't know how far back. Okay, so going, I just wanted to share that. The other thing, folks are concerned about their home values, and I'm gonna allow, because of time, one of my colleagues to address that, who's gonna speak later publicly in the public section.
You're at 4 minutes left. Just want to let you know.
So I just wanted to ask you to keep in mind that a CUP is a discretionary permit, which means from the Oceanside website, FAQs, discretionary permit is a permit granted following the exercise of judgment and deliberation. Thus, this type of permit involves judgment, not just meeting of minimum objectives, checking off boxes, right? And actually, the zoning is pretty objective that some things are not allowed, but keep in mind that even if people have permits for things, you can stand back and look at the big picture. Okay, so also from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, State of California, local governments have the authority to enact local planning and land use regulations to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of their residents through their police power.
3 minutes. Keep going.
The police power provides the right to adopt and enforce zoning regulations as long as they do not conflict with state laws. California case law has established a number of fundamental principles relating to conditional use permits. In addition to the basic uses permitted with zoning district, a city or county zoning ordinance can provide other specified uses which may be permitted after consideration and resolution by an administrative agency, and that the proposed use is in the best interest of public convenience and necessity and will not be contrary to public health, morals, or welfare. Also, another piece of that states the establishment will not be detrimental to public welfare or injurious to property improvements in the neighborhood. So when we're looking and talking about property values, that's a concern. So while you may conclude this proposal may meet your requirements on paper, you can exercise judgment and see beyond the footprint of the physical site to our neighborhood with one evacuation route to the bigger picture of how, even if the business owner is responsible for a spill, the undoable damage that could be done by an accident happening at the Loma Alta Creek, to how your own constituents might lose a little bit of home value by living next to a place that stores that many hazardous chemicals, to the nearby school children who could be affected if there were a fire. We're asking you to see the bigger picture and to advocate for the community. Don't allow this decision to set a dangerous precedent for what is allowed in residential areas. To disregard the override of the limit of the corrosive and oxidizing materials at this site and allow for outdoor storage of hazardous materials, which is expressly prohibited in the zoning ordinances, is to support increased risks to the health of area residents.
1 minute.
To the preservation of a clean environment and the stability of property values. I want to ask anybody who's in the room here today from the neighborhood who's against to please stand up in support. If
you're against this project, please stand up. That's what she's asking.
No, not against, of not having Chem Station.
Yes.
If you're in support of what I'm saying, stand up. Residents, stand up. Thank you. There are no benefits directly to the community, only risks. And to ignore these risks is a disregard for the community you are sworn to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. You did not reserve any rebuttal. Okay, there's no rebuttal. Okay, so this is now the time for the applicant, that's Chem Station Pacific LLC. Do you wish to do a presentation? Please state your name and then do your presentation. It's up to 20 minutes. And there's no rebuttal by either side now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dario Paduano. I'm the founder, owner, manager of Chem Station Pacific. Our logo there, Chem Station Pacific, includes our vision statement. I wanted to say a little bit something about that. We distribute cleaning detergents and sanitizers that are primarily used for sanitizing food and beverage facilities, such as bakeries, breweries, avocado and fruit packing, meat packaging, etc. And we do so in a unique way And therefore, we really live by that motto, refill, not landfill. What makes us unique is that we refill containers rather than using throwaway packaging. This saves plastic drums that would otherwise end up in landfills or our ocean. This also eliminates the need for rinsing those containers, thereby saving water. I'll get into that a little bit more detail here with the next few slides. Chem Station is a franchise network. They've been operating since 1977. There's 63 franchises throughout the country, one of which is my Chem Station here in the San Diego area. The franchise model is really necessary for that refill, not landfill business model that we have, because we have to be local, close to our customers to be able to refill containers. The San Diego franchise, like I said, is locally owned by myself and my family. We live in North County, San Diego. We've been in business since 2014. We're currently in the Miramar area. I purchased the building in 2021. The building was vacant for years before I purchased it. We've secured that property. We've removed garbage that was illegally dumped there. And there are no longer any homeless people staying in the backyard. I think that's one benefit that Chem Station provides this neighborhood. A little bit about our business and our products. Our products are water-based and biodegradable. They're safe around food. The key word there is water, because I think there's been some confusion as to what type of materials we have on site. They're liquids. They're liquid solutions that contain an amount of hazardous materials in that solution. Most hazardous materials, such as sodium hydroxide that we've talked about so much, is a solid in its pure state. So we are distributing water-based biodegradable detergents. These are approved by the USDA and FDA for food manufacturing facilities. Our local distribution focuses on refilling those containers, thereby eliminating the plastic packaging. This enables us to make the cleaning detergent market environmentally sustainable. We consider ourselves an environmental company. We consider ourselves good stewards of the environment. And therefore, I'd like to address this myth that Chem Station will negatively impact the environment. Refill, not landfill, is our purpose. We've taken the approach of refilling containers to eliminate chemical packaging from our environment. This currently eliminates approximately 350,000 plastic drums from landfills and oceans. That's not just me. That's just not just my franchise, but all 63 of us that work together to locally distribute and refill containers rather than packaging. Eliminating plastic is better than recycling. Our products are water-based and biodegradable. We're actively replacing chlorinated solvents and synthetic detergents. That's what was there before I moved in. I have a picture on the next slide I'll show you. But yeah, they were manufacturing metal parts that needed to be treated for aerospace. And they had chlorinated solvents, and they had a lot of isopropyl and acetone, a lot more than I will be having on site. By the way, there's probably about 5 metal manufacturing companies in that industrial park that use these solvents, and there's drums everywhere. And I could probably make an impact there as well, a positive impact for the environment. Our products are not synthetic, they're not petroleum-based. As I mentioned, they're water-based. So you compare this to something that's stored at a local gas station like fuel, or paint that is at a local hardware store, or engine oil. We don't have synthetic or petroleum-based products. They're all water-based. Our products are USDA, FDA certified. Industrial detergents are necessary in all aspects, almost all aspects of manufacturing to ensure safety and quality of food and healthcare system that modern society relies on. Our products are certified to be used indoor where food is manufactured. We are organic certified. I'm an SQF practitioner, which means safe quality food, and a lot of my customers rely on my consultation to allow them to properly sanitize and also for them to obtain their organic certification. This is a critical component of the farm-to-table movement, especially in this area of California. Many local craft food suppliers and agricultural processing businesses in the area rely on our expertise. I'm not here to say my products are not hazardous. They are specifically hazardous materials. No one has ever said that they're harmless materials. We're not representing that. However, the hazards are acute. They're not long-term or chronic. The word acute means short-term. So if you're harmed by something with acute hazards, you know it right away. You get burned. A chronic hazard is something you don't know right away, something that you may discover years later when you get sick. We do not have any chronic hazards on, we're not storing any materials that carry chronic hazards. The hazards we do have are mitigated with proper safeguards. The hazards listed are common hazards that are found in industrial activities. This is an industrial zone, yes, a limited industrial zone. But regardless of whether it's chemicals, which are present in almost any of those businesses, or other industrial hazards, there are corrosives and burning hazards in many industrial plants. Kids shouldn't be playing at an industrial plant, and those industrial plants should make sure that they're not harming the outside, which is what this process was all about. I just want to summarize the city permitting process that we've gone through so far. It started back in 2019 when we met with the Oceanside Fire Department when we were looking for a place to move. Fire department required us to work with a vetted third party, an expert. We selected a company called Bruckner and Associates, a firm here in San Diego County. The planning department, as a result of the business permit and CUP permit process, has coordinated with every department in the city. We've incorporated all the comments from all the departments, multiple rounds of comments, into our plan. That plan was a building plan that was reviewed by the building department, primarily for the fire safety measures that we have to put in place and other things that are required by the experts report and by all the departments that reviewed our business plan. The fire department also had a primary role in the building permit plan check process, requiring collaborative planning and review amongst the city, the county, and Bruckner, the expert firm. The water utilities department also had a key role coordinating with state regulators, has made visits to our site to plan for appropriate containment and spill risk mitigation. This is a picture of the site from above. So the building there, that blue shaded area of the building is where my business is planning to operate indoor. That's the indoor piece. The backyard that is shaded orange is the outdoor storage and containment area. You'll see that there's a yellow line that goes all around that orange area. That's basically a curb that's either there or has been extended. You saw it really well in one of the pictures that was just shown. That basically is meant to contain that area. What hasn't been built yet is that green kind of rectangular area. That's going to be an asphalt kind of berm that you can drive over to continue that containment of the whole area. That red dot is basically where everything will flow to. So it's contained and will be sloping to that red dot. The indoor storage facility that's shaded in blue also will have slope floors, and that will slope to that red dot as well. And that red dot is basically a sump pit that will have a sump pump that will then pump into a larger container, which was also in that picture that was shown earlier, and represented by that blue circle. I just want to clarify a little bit. So the red dot and the blue circle, total capacity of 9,000 gallons, which is actually what is required for containment. That is basically the largest container plus 20 minutes of sprinkler time, which is a lot of water. So our largest container is much less than 9,000 gallons. So that's what's required. But we are going above and beyond and actually doing a containment of that whole entire backyard for some obvious purposes. But for one, and we ran this by the water utilities department, make sure that it was appropriate. But if it were to rain, and if that rain were to somehow take some residue, I wouldn't want that to go either to the Alta Creek or wherever, anywhere off the property. So that's the real reason for containing all that. But essentially, that's another level of containment above and beyond the 9,000 gallons that's required. Just want to give a little bit of background on the CUP outreach process. So our original Planning Commission hearing meeting was originally supposed to be on February 14th. That got delayed twice until March 14th. During that time, the city got a lot of opposition letters from the residents. Based on that, we discussed with the planner, Dane Thompson. We thought it would be a good idea to have another open house event. Our original open house event was in November of 2021, and we only had 3 people show up. So given that there were 30-something letters that were written, we felt like we needed to do more outreach. We decided to not only hold 1 additional open house, but 2 additional open houses. We wanted to have one on the weekend and one during the week. During those open houses, I basically put some wall slides up. There's not much to look at, as you can see in the pictures that were provided earlier. But I had a bunch of wall posters that basically summarized all the themes, all the concerns, and all the opposition letters with my response with facts to try to address those concerns. I believe a lot of the concerned residents were very appreciative of that, and many of them changed their mind, and we're fine with what we're doing. Obviously, some of them behind me still hold their original opinions. There were 2 planning department officials that were also present at both of those events. There was lots of questions, lots of answers. There was significant time spent with the attendants, especially in that outdoor area that I just showed, explaining how the area is planned to be contained and the mitigation of any risk or of any spill. Keep in mind, there's lots of risk mitigation to prevent a spill, right? Kind of like what we say with gloves. You don't wear gloves in our industry to put your hand into a barrel of chemical. You really don't want to get anything on your gloves either. That is in case there is a spill. There's a lot of other risk mitigation to prevent the spill in the first place. The summary of that information, which basically was a summary of all the concerns in the letters and my facts to address those, was emailed by me individually to each planning commission member. And I corresponded with 2 of those planning officials to answer any questions that they had. Additionally, I had the Klaus Bruckner and Associates expert firm write a letter, which I presented at the last meeting, at the planning commission meeting, but I'll spare you guys those slides. But I have the letter with me that basically backs up and says, yes, those facts are true, and with additional information. It's like a 6 or 7 page letter. I'm asking for your vote in favor of this project. A vote in favor supports local small businesses such as mine. I'm providing well-paying jobs. Yes, I am a small business. I only have a few employees, but I pay them well, and 2 of them already live in Oceanside, and the other folks want to move closer. Not only is this supporting a local small business such as mine, but I actually support a lot of small businesses and large businesses that manufacture food and beverage in our area. Like I said, breweries, bakeries, a few of them are literally in the industrial park. Quite a few of them are within a mile of the building. Those businesses are growing in numbers. It's called the local farm-to-table movement. And I'm very much an essential cog in that wheel. A vote in favor of this project supports environmentally sustainable growth. And it supports the extensive vetting and planning done by city staff. We're a community partner and dedicated to making a positive contribution. Our sustainable business model is proven and has positively impacted the environment. And our growth and safe operating track record are a testament to our dedication. That's all I have for you guys. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. All right. Now is the time for the public. And do we have any requests, people who have submitted slips?
We have 7 individuals that submitted slips to speak on this item, but it is also a public hearing item, so
Right.
if you didn't submit
Right.
your slip,
So-
don't worry.
So we're going to go ahead and start with those 7, but then afterwards, I will ask a question as to if there's, because this is the time for public to speak on this. You do not have to have submitted a slip. We're going to go ahead and start with those folks, and then go to those who have not submitted a slip. You can speak for up to 3 minutes, please. Give your name and speak for up to 3 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Knott?
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane, also the homeowner's representative of La Salina Mobile Village, which is right next to Loma Alta Creek.
Right.
And the reason why this has my interest is years and years and years ago, when my beard was red, what happened is that we had a number of floods. And when I went in to help rescue some people, what happened was that the next few days afterwards, I started having some welts and different things happening to my body due to the flooding that occurred. I don't want to see that happen to me or anyone else in my community. I don't want to see anything coming down the creek to affect anyone in my community or any of the neighbors or anyone in Oceanside. So that's part of the reason for my concern. Number one, I want to take and address what sodium hydroxide is. Let's do it by the common English language of what it is. Caustic soda or lye. Why we use that language, let's use it as what the common English is. It's a corrosive. I looked it up twice while everyone was looking and talking. Let's use the language. Number one, if it's a hazardous material and it's coming down the creek, what's it going to do to the nature around it? And also the plants, the wildlife, and the humans that are involved if the containment structures are not adequate. When the presentation was given by the person from Chem Station Pacific, they didn't show walls or cisterns or siphoning structures or pumping stations that would be involved. Why? That wasn't adequate enough there. Second thing is, when I read the report, they're talking about the information to the Planning Commission. Well, I put it this way. I sat on different commissions and committees in this city, and at the last minute, what happens is sometimes you're given blasted information, and you're not given enough time to read it. And the committees and commissions don't give you enough time to take a break to read it to become informed. There should be a break given to every commission and committee if you're given sizable information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Ms.
Still
Wilkie.
Diane Wilkie, still District 2, Arrowwood. Your plastic barrels, in fact, are petrochemically derived from fossil fuels. For every 20,000 pounds of plastic, that represents 685 gallons of petrochemically derived oil. So there you go. US EPA has called into question HDPE barrels, which in fact are what he's referring to, high-density polyethylene. They do contain PFAS. They first came into the public eye when they were found to be leaching PFAS into synthetic pesticides and sprayed over a wide swath of the state of Massachusetts. Since that time, the US EPA has issued notice to other industries about these containers. This is something that our fire marshal should be well versed in, because PFAS is in their turnout gear, and their turnout gear is causing unprecedented cases of cancer amongst firefighters worldwide. Not only do we have the concerns about the hazardous chemicals that will be stored in these in large quantities, 20,000 gallons, directly across the way from this facility is a St. Gobain facility, which I have alerted the city to previously about the PFAS that's being manufactured, that is in use in manufacturing there with various plastics. Both in close proximity to Loma Alta Creek, you were given the opportunity to apply for the grant for the Oceanside Clean Water Oceanside by the US EPA, because Oceanside's water is at the highest level of pollution designated by the US EPA. So now we're going to invite more toxins in the area? How does that even make sense? Also adjacent to the St. Gobain facility, which goes by the name of Solar Guard, I want you to be aware that the attorney for St. Gobain was recently terminated when he questioned PFAS contamination in California. He was told, "Don't ask, you'll find it," and then was summarily fired. They are involved in lawsuits worldwide because of the health and environmental contamination from PFAS. The list has only grown since I last spoke to you about PFAS. You know, I've spoken to you on this subject before in regards to the HDPE proposal for the sand replenishment. I've spoken to you about it in terms of synthetic turf, which is hurtling towards regulation. California is moving to regulate PFAS down to 1 part per trillion, per quadrillion. Thank you.
Thank you very
I could
much.
say more.
Mr. Bodaroff?
Yes, City Council, my name is John Bodaroff with CleanEarthForKids.org, and I'm asking you to accept the appeal and reject the conditional use permit on the grounds that the CEQA waiver makes no sense. It was given because it says the existing facility was already there. The existing facility was not used to store hazardous materials, was not designed to store hazardous materials. What is being proposed is to store them in a parking lot. The parking lot was certainly never intended or designed or ever been used to store a large amount of hazardous materials. And as you can see from all the pictures that were shown, there's a lot of brush around. So when there is a fire, and it is a when, not an if, when there is a brush fire in that area, you've got large amounts of hazardous chemicals stored in plastic tanks. Plastic does not do well with fire. So even if you clear the brush back a little bit, embers fly. We've all been in brush fires. We all live in Southern California. When those embers fly around and hit those tanks are going to melt. They are going to breach. And now you're going to have a lot of hazardous materials in the water and on fire. So now you're going to have, for miles around, air and smoke full of hazardous materials, corrosives, and eye irritants and skin irritants. And as the speaker said, you've got 18,000 plus people living in that area. That absolutely should not have a CEQA waiver. So this needs to be rejected, and they need to do a CEQA permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Good evening. My name is Suzanne Hume. I'm the educational director and founder of Clean Earth for Kids, and we're asking you to deny this permit for all of the reasons stated by John Bodaroff and all of the other speakers. You'll hear from Christine Gorman coming up, and this cannot be here. You know, we've got kids. We have 3 elementary schools nearby, lots of people living right there. We have to protect our kids and our families. So that has to be the determining factor here. So we need to think about this. This should have never been, the permit should have never been given in the first place because it was not an existing facility. So it's really easy. It's really a no-brainer. This is a no. So thank you so much from Clean Earth for Kids.
Thank you. Mr. Broder? Mark Broder?
After Mark Broder, it's Christine Gorman, to be followed by Tim Taylor. As you see your name, please make your way down to the podiums. Thank you.
I'm Mark Broder. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. Since 1985, 37 years ago, my wife and I moved to the neighborhood potentially impacted by Chem Station Pacific LLC when that residential community was originally developed in Oceanside as original homeowners. So we have significant interest in these proceedings. On February 14th of this year, my wife and I submitted a letter to the city that addressed our concerns and issues into the official city record as required, and it should be in the record you have available to you. I spoke at the Oceanside Planning Commission public hearing on March 14th of this year. On March the 5th, before that Planning Commission public hearing, in order to gain additional information, we attended one of Chem Station Pacific's 3 community open house meetings that were available to all the impacted folks to tell us what they did and to answer questions. We also did our own research outside of that meeting to find out some of the following that you've already heard, and we found it out from other agencies and what have you. Chem Station Pacific has been in business in the city of San Diego for over 7 years as a franchise of a national business, and it's relocating to Oceanside. It's not a brand new business, it's a relocation of an existing business. It's regulated by the federal, the state, county, local laws, and regulations. They must comply with fire codes, EPA, DOT laws, USDA, and FDA requirements. They store and distribute biodegradable cleaning and disinfecting solutions. The products are water-based, they're not petroleum-based, and they're not flammable. To prevent property runoff, Chem Station has a containment procedure and plan for the site, and they have an emergency response plan that is already on file with the county health department as well. Now, it's talked about wildland vegetation. There's a lot of unmaintained wildland vegetation on North and by the creek that's in the area that's not maintained, but it's not on the Chem Station site. That's adjacent to it, they are empowered, or whatever you want to say, required by the city to maintain the part that's there. There's a lot of other unmaintained wildland vegetation that's a threat to the community, but it's not theirs. It's not properly maintained. And at the Planning Commission public hearing on March 14th, Chem Station was vetted by the city and approved by the fire department, the fire chief, and the fire marshal. Considering all this information that we gathered and all the regulations and regulatory agencies that they have to meet the requirements of, we're not concerned that Chem Station Pacific is relocating to Oceanside as a business that will be located on North Avenue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Christine Gorman, followed by Tim Taylor.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for hearing this. My name is Christine Gorman. I've been a resident of Oceanside for more than 25 years. I live within a mile of where Chem Station is proposing to be. I was not notified because I'm not within the 1,500 feet location. I happened to find out, fortunately, so that's why I'm involved. A lot of people in the area know nothing about it. Okay. Let's start with the sign. On this sign, this is posted in front of the building. And you notice how it says storage of detergents and sanitizers classified as corrosive substances in excess of 120 gallons. Does that really tell the picture? No. This is why, at the very least, I want you to deny that permit tonight. It's very important. If you want to come back later after you do the necessary research, and which is going to take a lot of time, then you could reconsider. But right now, there's no way this should be allowed at this point in time. I probably read for about 2 solid weeks the massive amount of material. Okay, now this, what's actually being stored there is corrosive liquids, and this is I'm just talking about the outdoor area now. And this is coming from the documentation that you would have. Corrosive liquids, toxic liquids, combustible liquids in different categories, and flammable liquids and oxidizers. That's in the back. Some of these things are critically important. They're kept separate from each other. Here's a picture of the back. I'm standing, I tried to get in touch with Dario. I couldn't, it was too late. I wanted to get in closer to get another picture of the fence. So I just stood instead at the edge where, it said private property, so I didn't go beyond that. So I was standing there today, and you see that tall tree there? And another one down there, and all that vegetation up against the fence? Who does that belong to? Can he even trim that? I don't think he would be allowed to trim it. And yet, the fire department requires, it says here, for a place with flammable combustive liquids, the fire code, the storage area shall be protected against tampering or trespassers by fencing or other approved control measures where necessary, and shall be kept free from weeds, debris, and other combustible materials not necessary to the storage. And let's look at the close-up now.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman.
Okay. You see all that bush right up against the fence? Well, I'm sorry I don't have time to go more, but please deny this because there's so much information that you haven't had a chance to see yet, including a whole bunch of partitions that have to be put in the back that he didn't show you.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. Mr. Taylor, Tim Taylor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one lady was talking about the environmentally sensitive area of Article 19, Section 15301, Paragraph 1, Part 2B. That area around where Chem Station wants to go was a beautiful place, and a nice trail going along there with a creek. We could take crawdads from it. It was very beautiful. Some of these pictures those people put up there, you could see there's a half a dozen homes that look from their backyard over to the Chem Station. You see all the people here are worried about our neighborhood. We're just worried about it with these corrosive and oxidizers out there. Of course, we saw the one thing was initially was 120 gallons. Now it's up to 20,000. But it said in that Article 19, Section 15301, allow for maximum development permissible in the general plan. The general plan of Oceanside says that it will be and is a safe, clean, secure, and conducive to good health and well-being. All these people here, we're worried about our neighborhood.
Right.
I will say that the gentleman here in black had a picture up there that showed Federal Heath sign was in one of the buildings close by, just one building away from Chem Station. Federal Heath sign is moved over to Ocean Ranch. Very good place for Chem Station to go. It's off the Loma Alta Creek, a central, an environmentally possibly dangerous place for it. And you know, in California, we love our lagoons and our creeks and our rivers, and we like to take care of them. And this is another place we need to do that. I would say that, why don't you just finish that trail that starts right there at their parking lot and take it all the way down to the beach? What a nice walking path or a bike path. But we do not need to have all this corrosive and oxidizer stored in our neighborhood where all these people here, we just want to make it go away. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, You do not have to have submitted a slip. If you wish to address the council at this time to state your positions, you please approach the podium, provide your name. You do have up to 3 minutes to speak. And if you could spell your last name, that would be great.
Hi, my name's Dottie Comet, C-O-M-E-T, and I am within 1,500 feet of the proposed business, and no disrespect intended, but I'm concerned of the property values. I'm concerned of the fire hazards. I've been in my house for over 30 years, and we've been very close to having to evacuate because of fires that have been closed. And if I ever wanted to sell my property, I would have to disclose that as a public nuisance. And I would just urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wilkie, you already spoke.
I think I'm allowed to speak twice in public
No.
comments.
No. Thank you very much, though. Each person gets up to 3 minutes. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You can speak, though. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Uber. I live in Oceanside on Rose Drive, right behind the project site, and I oppose this. I think that everybody in the room, it's clear to them that this conditional use permit is not beneficial to the nearby residents, to parents who send their kids to school up the street, or to the environment. And I'd wager that even people who are not as strongly opposed, if given the opportunity to decide for themselves whether this happens in their neighborhood or not, they would choose for it to not happen because there's no benefit to them. There's only risk of disaster, risk of their property values, and risk to their environment. And so Oceanside it's a beautiful coastal city, and it's mostly developed now. And so we need to be protecting our neighborhoods, not only our neighborhood, but all neighborhoods in Oceanside from becoming less appealing, less desirable, and less safe. So my ask to everyone who is about to vote is to show us where your affinity is. If it's to the people who have elected you, to the people that you represent, or if it's elsewhere. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So please give your name.
How y'all doing? My name is Ethan Kolosinski. Last name is spelled K-O-L-A-S-I-N-S-K-I. I like you all like to listen to what would be the truth. That's what a really good lawyer is. You listen to both sides of the, and then you come to a decision, right? And I like the environmental aspect of the negative on the argument for against this, but also conversely I would say every person should have a right to it's a capitalistic environment, so that business, right? But I'm concerned about the safety aspect of it all, and I just I spent a little time in La Jolla, and that place is like a total environmental research. And what a beautiful thing, but it's very strict. So, but I do want to say, this is the first time I just kind of chanced in here. I was at the library and I just heard, everything going on. And I do love I like government, and I like what you all are doing here. And I've studied a lot of you. In fact, I used to clean pools for Council Member Rodriguez. Yeah. And so I do know him, and not personally. I've met you one time before, but I've been to your house plenty times. I have cleaned your pool plenty of times. And I just want to say it was a little bit odd to me that, and look, you can leave this. What a privileged position to be in, but when you leave the table, right prior to the public addressing their concerns. And I can see it. I'm watching the body language, all of you all. And I can see that some of you have already made a decision on it. And so the lack of attention when you're, and you're not looking, and it's kind of a little astonishing. And that's all I've got.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? This is the time. I don't see anybody rising. Are you approaching the podium, ma'am? Okay.
I'm here with my 5 children. The community that they're affecting, it's family, the family community. A lot of families there. I myself live there with my 5 kids. I actually have my daughter who has a health condition right here.
And your name again?
Tracy, sorry. Tracy Reyes, R-E-Y-E-S. And so, I admire, everybody that's here. If you guys could tell I'm nervous, but, I just wanted to kind of turn it around. If you guys are family, people, think about your children and what you would feel if something was being, proposed in your community. So that's, kind of what I wanted to say, and that's practically it. What do you think about it? Yep.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Sir?
Hi, my name is Tim Shammy. I live in this neighborhood on Elm Tree Drive. I spoke at the last meeting on the 14th. I guess I just wanted to say that, that there's been a lot of talk about the comparisons about this business and it's safe as compared to a gas station, or as compared to tonight it was a hardware store, but last time it was Home Depot. And, those, they're definitely risks, right? But we don't live next to a gas station. We don't live next to a Home Depot. Thankfully, we are, blessed enough to be in an economic group that we don't have to live next to them. That's a whole other issue. But I don't think it's fair to say, well, we're safer than this. We're safer than the last business that was in there. It manufactured this, and I had nothing to do with that, and I couldn't help that, right? But now I'm here, and if I have a choice of what business is there, and it's going to have all these chemicals, I think it's 165 times the allowable amount of chemicals. That is a lot, guys. It's a lot. And it just doesn't really make sense. And here we are, and all these people have come up from my neighborhood and spoke. And so you can see the people, whatever, that we're concerned. We're concerned for our well-being. We're concerned for the wildlife in this area. We're concerned for our property values. The lady that spoke earlier, she is a realtor. She didn't identify herself as such, but she has told us, as well as our own realtor that we bought the house from, that if we know about this, we have to disclose it if we want to sell the house. We're not planning to sell the house, but you never know. And if we have to disclose that, what's it going to do to our property value, right? Property value is going up, 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 up. But, oh, hey, we live next to all these chemicals. What's that going to do to us? And it's not fair. You're putting the risk, the weight upon the residents, And look, it's a capitalist society. Some other guys said it.
Thank you very much.
Great. He's allowed to have his business. I'd like him to have it somewhere else.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak? I don't see anybody else rising. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing. And I don't know if there were any questions that were raised, so I don't know if we need to really go to staff. So let's go to the city council members. City council members may end up asking questions. I want to let you know that each one of us, there's kind of a rule that each one of us gets to speak for up to 10 minutes. And if we do ask somebody questions, we may look anxious because our time is running out. So if questions are asked, please address the questions as succinctly as possible. I've been on the part where I'm trying to hurry up and get the answer, and then I look rude. But my time's running out, right? So please, we want to make sure that our council members are able to ask questions, but also be able to state their positions. All right, first person, Councilmember Weiss.
Yeah, I have a question in regards to a comment made in regards to the zoning ordinance 3020I, that no hazardous materials to be stored outside. What is the response to that?
Councilmember Weiss, members of the City Council, Section 3020 also includes a provision for an alternative process. So this project's been conditioned to obtain an alternative outdoor permit that's approvable by the city planner.
So you're comfortable with the outdoor storage that they're providing and the containment that they have?
We are. The project's been, Councilmember Weiss, the project's been vetted by all the reviewing agencies that are responsible for instances in which there may be a spill, and all the protocols are in place to address those concerns.
Thank you. I have a question for Fire Marshal. As you're coming down, I've heard several people commenting about flammable and combustible materials stored on site. I thought they were just corrosives.
There's a small amount, I believe it's 120 gallons or so of flammable liquids.
Okay,
yes.
but the vast majority is corrosive. It's not flammable or
That's correct,
combustible.
yeah.
Okay.
And I don't have all the details there in the technical report.
Are you comfortable with the project as it's been conditioned?
Whether I'm comfortable or not is sort of beside the point. It's the California Fire Code and the Building Code that I enforce. That's what I have authority over. I don't look at zoning. So it, as proposed and per the technical report, it meets the Fire Code and the Building Code.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Really appreciate the public coming out and the appellant presenting their concerns. When we make policy decisions, we have to take a lot of information into consideration. We take staff reports, state law, local law. We take constituents' feedback, and we take our planning commission's feedback, and then we sort all that out. And a lot of projects, whether it's a housing project or a business that come before us, there's usually a group of individuals that live right next to that project that don't want it in their backyard. They are okay with it, but they want it somewhere else. And if we didn't take all things into consideration, we wouldn't be very productive making these types of decisions. But this is important. You guys have taken time out of your day to come here and express your concerns. And from my perspective, in reviewing the staff reports, reviewing the complaints, hearing all parties, there is a disconnect between the concerned risk and fear of what if compared with the empirical data and the facts and the regulations that this business will have to comply with, 298 pages worth, and the almost 3-year process this business had to go through to get to this point in time, to get approved through Planning Commission and now before the council. I'm in real estate. I've sold hundreds of properties. I'm very familiar with the environmental disclosures required by sellers. You have a light industrial zone nearby. If you have any noise traffic from high intersections nearby, you as a seller are required to disclose those dynamics. We have a lot of surfboard manufacturers in the city of Oceanside, and I can tell you right now, the ones in South O near residential neighborhoods have 3 to 4 to maybe even 5 times more flammable material, combustible flammable material than what this facility has.
Please, it's Councilmember Rodriguez's time to speak.
Gas stations that we all live near have to comply with very similar processes. Any business that has to do with chemicals has to comply with a process. And that's how we function correctly as a society. With those items stated, and hearing all sides of this equation, I would like to make a motion to move approval and reconfirm our Planning Commission's resolution. Thank you.
All right, so that is a motion to follow staff's recommendation, that is to adopt the resolution upholding the Planning Commission resolution and approving the conditional use permit. Okay. Deputy Mayor Kime? Excuse me. Let's listen to Deputy Mayor Kime.
A quick question for staff, just so I can get some more background. So this use, it's regulated by other agencies, County Department of Environmental Health, U.S. EPA, the Department of Transportation, and U.S. FDA. With their history, do we have a record of violations for this company? I think they've been operating since 2014. Do we have or have there been prior issues?
Deputy Mayor Kime, the staff is not aware of any violations that this business has had. There's been conjecture that there are no violations from other members of staff, one gentleman who spoke here at the dais. So there are no known violations for this business.
So if there was a violation, what would happen? Would their conditional use permit be revoked, or?
If there was a violation, Deputy Mayor Kime, if there was a violation of any of the conditions of approval or spill, the responsible agency would ensure that there was a cleanup. If there was a violation of a condition of approval, that's something that can be called for review to the Planning Commission for potential revocation of that conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jensen?
Yes, I'm very concerned that this is 165 times the allowable amount. And this is light industrial, and there is probably a more appropriate location for this facility.
Okay. She only gets 10 minutes. Come on, guys. Let her speak.
So if we set a precedence of changing our restrictions, then we have to change our zoning, because that's essentially what we're doing. And so I'm not comfortable with this. I mean, it's a great business. I love the idea of refilling containers, and I think that's great for the environment, but I think there's a more appropriate location where the zoning is for that type of industry. So with that, I can't support this.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Just to comment on my colleague's comments, we have a over 39-year-old general plan, and a majority of the approvals that come before us for businesses, cannabis to development, we have to do a zoning amendment because our zoning is outdated. So that statement is true, but it's in fact irrelevant as we move forward as a city. This is a light industrial zone.
All right, hold on, please. All right, so each council member has spoken, and I'm going to go ahead and speak. I listened very keenly. I read the reports, and a question was made to staff. Are you comfortable? I am not comfortable. Time has changed, and the needs of the city have changed, and we are, in fact, going through a general plan update. It's an update which hopefully will be a living document, but will get us through to the next few years, to 2050. I am concerned that even the applicant indicated that there were at least five metal making manufacturers in the park. My concern with respect to the point raised about the health and safety are the cumulative impacts. I'm also very well aware that this city, almost 20 years ago, turned down a cement plant because it was so close to the creek. So I am very concerned about the chemicals. This is very close to the Peacock Hills neighborhood and the schools, and it just doesn't make sense to me. So, Deputy Mayor Keim, did you want to speak before the vote? Okay.
Are you finished, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Just
I may add some more, but go ahead.
okay, just for some clarification, and what issue in the appeal are you specifically going to cite?
The health and safety. To me, the cumulative issues.
I know, just so I understand, so
They raised the health and safety concerns.
we're only allowed to address the issues brought up in the appeal, so which issue, 1, 2, and can you just, so I'm comfortable when we vote?
I wrote them down. I've already closed the report, but basically it's the health and safety issues that were explicitly, and that's in fact when I wrote down the note cumulative impacts and wrote the 5 up to or more than 5 metal making manufacturing in the park, which to me, and I've just been, I've been serving on the Air Pollution Control District and have been learning more and more about these contaminants in the air that I wasn't even aware of. So I actually have that basis as a background, and I am raising this on behalf of the health and safety concerns that were raised in the appeal. So no other questions, no other comments. Please vote.
There was no second on
Oh, my
Councilmember
apologies. I thought there was.
Rodriguez's motion.
Is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Weiss, you wish to speak?
Yeah, I would just like to add in regards to staff's response on the health and the safety that compliance with the recommended conditions of approval shall ensure that the project will be compatible with the surrounding area and not detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity of the project. And with that, I'll second the motion.
All right, and I will add that this is discretionary. It is not required for us to vote on this. There can be other businesses at this location, and again, discretionary, and I'm very concerned about the health and safety. Let's vote.
That's the people that live in this area.
For this area, yes, let's vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Sanchez, Jensen, no.
Thank you. Next is item number 20. Please, we still have an agenda. We still have other items that are very important. Thank you very much for coming to the meeting and voicing your concerns. Thank you. Item number 20, confirmation of the California Environmental Quality Act exemption in accordance with Section 15061, subsection B, subsection 3, under the common sense exemption for the Mission Avenue and Douglas Drive GPA project. Adoption of a resolution approving a general plan amendment to change the land use designation of a portion of APN 158-052-11-00 from medium density A residential to special commercial. Introduction of an ordinance for a zone amendment to change the zoning designation of a portion of that property from medium density residential A with a senior mobile home overlay to special commercial district. And adoption of a resolution approving tentative parcel map to create 2 separate parcels and approve historic permit to allow the zone change and tentative parcel map within a historic area for the property located at 3904 and 3903 Mission Avenue. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from the council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff and public.
Staff and public.
Staff and public? Okay, Mr. Navarro, do you have any correspondence and or petitions to present?
We have not received any correspondence on this item.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and begin with testimony by Patty Anders, our planning consultant.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and fellow council members. My name is Patty Anders, and I'll be presenting the Mission Avenue and Douglas Drive General Plan Amendment Project. The project is not proposing any new development, site improvements, or demolition. Therefore, the project will not result in any physical changes and is a policy and mapping change. The project is requesting a general plan amendment to change the land use designation of the service station parcel from medium density A residential to special commercial, which allows visitors serving commercial uses and facilities such as a service station. A zone amendment to change the service station zoning from medium density residential A with a senior mobile home overlay to special commercial district. A tentative parcel map to allow the site to be subdivided into 2 parcels, so the existing service station and the existing mobile home park would have 2 separate legal parcels. And lastly, a historic permit to allow the zone change and tentative parcel map within a historic area. The project site is located at the northwest corner of Mission Avenue and Douglas Drive. This slide shows the existing mobile home park, and highlighted in yellow is the existing service station. The service station is a legal, non-conforming use. The proposed GPA and zone amendment would remove an existing zoning and land use inconsistency. The project is consistent with the land use element of the general plan, the zoning ordinance, the Subdivision Map Act, and is exempt per CEQA guidelines section 15061B3 under the common sense exemption, as there are no physical changes proposed, as I mentioned earlier. Therefore, staff recommends the council confirm issuance of the CEQA exemption per CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, common sense exemption, and approve the general plan amendment, the zone amendment, the tentative parcel map, and the historic permit by adopting the Planning Commission Resolution number 2022 P07 with findings and conditions of approval attached therein. And this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Do we have anyone who actually submitted a request to speak from the public?
Yes, we have 2. Jimmy Knott, to be followed by Linda Walshaw.
Thank you. And after we hear from them, I will again ask for input from the public. This is a time for you to speak on very specifically on this item, and you would have up to 3 minutes.
Mayor, I think the applicant has time first, though.
My apologies. Right. I didn't see the applicant name on here. That's why. And the applicant is present? Okay. So you have up to 20 minutes to speak. You're going to introduce yourself and then say whether we have any questions, right?
Correct. Well, actually, just a few words, if I may.
Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members. My name is Garth Kohler. I work for San Diego Engineering, and I'm here tonight to represent the applicant. Before I get started with a few short words, I'd like to acknowledge appreciation for Patricia Anders in working on the project and doing an outstanding job, so that was greatly appreciated with all of her help getting us to this point. As you can see, what you have in front of you is kind of a interesting and yet simple proposed entitlement. We have early in the process, we were engaged with fulfilling the public outreach, sent out over 1,000 notices to the surrounding properties, and of that 1,000 plus, we only received 5 inquiries. With those inquiries, it was our responsibility to reach out and to talk with each individual and to understand any concerns or questions they might have. And that's exactly what we did. At the conclusion of those 5 conversations, it was acknowledged by those individuals that they had no further concerns regarding the project. So the gas station has been at this location since 1963. And so and adjacent to them, as you know, is a mobile home park and other surrounding land uses. And over the course of time, they've tried to establish a good neighbor relationship, demonstrated by the results of the public outreach. So it appears that we have an interesting situation here where we have an existing legal nonconforming use, which is simply trying to be transferred into a legal use, which will require the approval of a general plan amendment, a rezone, and a parcel map to create separate legal parcels. With that being said, it seems to be a pretty straightforward request, and I duly respect that you take that into consideration. And with that, I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to the public.
Okay.
Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Years ago, few of you know or have known Loretta and Pete Scheidler, who live in the mobile home or lived in the mobile home park right behind the service station there. I was privileged to take and be in one of the meetings that they held with Mr. Jones, who owned the property, who helped set up that mobile home park. In that mobile home park, what Mr. Jones says that property was intended for the benefit of that senior community. He had that in an exclusive idea of helping the seniors that would live there. And the service station was there for their convenience. That idea was there. I wish that they were alive and they could be here. But alas, we don't live that long. We have only so many days and then we're numbered. What the question is here that we have before you, since that property now has a new owner, it looks like one bite or one slice is being taken. And another might be taken, and another. And soon that pie was potentially be gone. And that dream that Mr. Jones had may disappear. Hey, the question I have is, with the new owner, has their past history been checked? Has there been questions about on their back, issues about what has their impact and previous experiences been really examined? And the impact on the senior overlay. Is this going to be setting precedent? Has this been happening in any other senior community and a manufactured community in the city? What type of precedent will this set? It's going to potentially disrupt and destroy a dream. And you right now have that dream in your hands. I hope you think really hard and courteously about that, because your dreams for the future of this city may also be reflected.
Thank you. Ms. Walshaw?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Linda Walshaw. I am the CEO of Mobile Home Advisory Committee. We represent mobile home park owners throughout North County, and now we're expanding into other counties. I've had some questions from the local community around Mission View West and Mission View Manor, and even across the street in the adjacent parks about these issues. And I'm just going to tell you what the people are asking me, and perhaps we can get some answers. One of the things that's a concern is that as the same that they did with Rancho San Luis Rey. Once Mr. Saunders acquired this property through the LLC, MVW LLC, it has been, all right, title, and interest has been assigned into what appears to be an investment offering into Arbor Realty, just as it was with Rancho San Luis Rey. So one of the things I'm being asked most often is who actually owns it. If it's not if the LLC has assigned all their right, title, and interest, which it appears from the county assessor's records, then who are the actual owners at this point, and what is the plan for this corner? The other questions are, what projects are allowable under this special commercial zoning amendment? Will it remain a gas station? Are there plans to keep it as a gas station? Because our understanding is that the gas station was and is a sublease. I don't know if that's still true, but they want to know if Saunders or MVW or any of the other entities have filed any other applications to put anything in this location or do anything else with this property, if there's anything else pending. Another question is, the staff report indicates vehicular access rights to Mission Avenue and Douglas Street shall be relinquished to the city from all abutting lots except at the existing driveways. Questions about that are, does the relinquishment affect any mobile home spaces at the park? Does it affect any ingress and egress for the homeowners? Does it impact Mission View West emergency evacuation plan, which is required to be approved annually? Does Mission View West have a current city-approved evacuation plan? Was that plan reviewed as part of the consideration of this application? A current approved emergency evacuation plan is required for an annual permit to operate to be issued. Does Mission View West have a current permit to operate? Also, the historic plan on file, even though it's old, currently shows Mission View Manor across the street designated as future resort hotel. What designation will be assigned in the historic plan for this change for Mission View West and the newly created special commercial zone? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other requests to speak from the public? If you wish to give us your input, please rise, approach the podium, provide your name. You can speak for up to 3 minutes. I see no one rising. I'm going to go ahead and end this portion of the public hearing and go back to the council. But first, I did have a question. So, just to be clear, the only zoning change that is being proposed is for the service station, not for the mobile home park, which has a senior overlay. Is that correct, staff?
Mayor Sanchez, that is correct. The only portion that's the land use and zoning are changing are the portion of the site that includes the gas station.
This is a legal non-conforming use, the gas station. Why now? Why change it to what, to basically reflect what's there?
Mayor Sanchez, I would have to defer that question to the applicant. It's a voluntary application that they chose to submit, and we're obligated to process that application.
Right, of course. All right. I see no lights. Oh, Councilmember Weiss.
Move approval, staff recommendation.
Second. No other lights. Please vote.
I need to title the ordinance, sorry. Is that okay, Mayor? This is the introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending the zoning designation for a portion of certain real property located at 3904 and 3903 Mission Avenue from medium-density residential A with a senior mobile home overlay to special commercial district, Mission Avenue and Douglas Drive zone amendment, ZA 00007.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 21, introduction of an ordinance adding section 25.8 to chapter 25 of the Oceanside City Code authorizing city's military equipment use policy as required by Assembly Bill, that's AB 481. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing. Request disclosure by council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff only.
Staff.
Staff only.
Staff and public.
Thank you. Mr. Novato, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence on this item.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and begin with testimony by Sean Marchand, Police Captain.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm here tonight to speak to you about California Assembly Bill 481 compliance, the military equipment inventory use policy and ordinance. Staff recommends that City Council introduce the attached ordinance, adding Section 25.8 to Chapter 25 of the Oceanside City Code, authorizing the city's military equipment use policy as required for Assembly Bill 481. As background, effective January 1st of 2022, California State Assembly designated specific equipment as being military equipment. It requires an inventory and policy that governs that equipment, acquisition and utilization. It's to be heard as a general item at City Council as it is now. It requires a public hearing on this item as we're doing now. And it required us to post the draft policy and inventory. Our first posting was on the 15th of February with some minor modifications, the last of which was on April 4th, 30 days prior, per the Assembly Bill language. Our policy needs to include some specific information regarding the equipment that we are using, quantity possessed, and a number of other items regarding that equipment. City Council approval is required for the purchase of any additional equipment after January 1st, 2022 that falls under these lists. And the equipment we currently have in inventory requires approval by City Council by way of ordinance, and we needed to initiate that prior to May 1st, which we have. The City Council is able to approve, not approve, or modify the policy and authorized uses. Subsequent to the passing of the ordinance, we will report back to the City Council within 12 months and annually thereafter. Included in that annual report is how this equipment has been used, summary of complaints, concerns, results of audits, and other additional information as defined per the Assembly Bill. The Oceanside Police Department does not participate in the 1033 program, and that is the program where the Department of Defense transfers excess military equipment to federal, local, or state law enforcement for use. Every item that we have in this inventory was acquired due to a defined need for that equipment. So everything we use here is used for a purpose and enhances our de-escalation capabilities. The acquisition and implementation of each tool stems from the overall purpose, providing response options when officers are faced with conflict requiring de-escalation. That de-escalation includes enhancing distance, maximizing the use of available time, slowing the tempo of incidents when possible, with the goal of enhancing public safety and preserving human life. The department does not possess or plan to acquire any of the items listed here: Humvees, tracked armored vehicles, weaponized aircraft, 50 caliber firearms, any firearm designed to launch explosive projectiles, a specific taser product, microwave weapons, or water cannons. A breakdown of the documents that are included are the policy, the inventory of the equipment, which is included in the policy, and the ordinance approving the policy and inventory. Furthermore, our inventory is broken down into these 6 categories: unmanned aerial systems and robots, armored rescue vehicles, command and control vehicles, explosive breaching apparatus, breaching munitions, specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber, less lethal deployment systems, light sound distraction devices, less lethal munitions, and chemical agents. UASs are unmanned aerial systems. The department utilizes those. We use them anytime an incident where an aerial perspective would be beneficial. These are not generally used for patent surveillance of the private citizen. It is incident specific. We use them for field searches for missing persons, suspects, etc. Provides us an opportunity to observe from a distance, creating de-escalation opportunities. They are operated by specific personnel at the police department in compliance with FAA regulations related to government entities operating UASs. The robot depicted in the picture that can perform deliveries during negotiations. Both of these platforms assist with searching structures without putting a person in the same position to make the same observation, thus increasing safety for everyone involved. This is our armored rescue vehicle. It's on a Ford F-550 chassis. It's for deployment of resources and rescue of victims, provides ballistic protection in high-risk encounters. It's a de-escalation tool as a higher level of safety is provided during confrontations, providing a position of relative safety, potentially increasing time to operate in a high-risk environment. This doesn't have a fixed weapon system of any kind, nor is it capable of having that. This is our crisis negotiations team vehicle. It's primarily used to provide a secure platform for the crisis negotiations team to perform negotiation processes. However, it's on this list because secondarily it's used as a self-contained command post to provide an incident commander with a mobile base of operations for critical incidents. This is our mobile command vehicle. It's on an MT-55 Freightliner chassis. It's also a self-contained command post to provide an incident commander a mobile base of operations for critical incidents. But also large scale, we use it at large scale operations and for community outreach opportunities. We have some breaching equipment, one of which is a new acquisition for approval. We have an explosive breaching capability. This is only used when evaluated by personnel trained in its use. Those people that are trained in its use are SWAT officers, so they've already been through basic SWAT school, and then they have a 2-week explosive breachers course, wherein they get their commercial explosive handler's license. Whenever we've considered deploying this, considerations for damages and potential injuries are always at the forefront of everybody's mind. But I want to emphasize that that's a cutting tool. It is not like an explosion. It's called explosion just because of the nature of it. But it's not to create any Hollywood type of fireballs or anything like that. It's specifically for cutting into door locks, hinges, and other intermediate barriers. We work towards a minimum needed to accomplish a task. We don't try to put like twice what we would need. We put as by the science and the math exactly what we think will be we would need to accomplish that task. And we utilize commercially available explosive materials. We have had this capability for in excess of 20 years, and we have to date to deploy it. So we're very judicious in its use and considerations for its use. We also use door breaching munitions. Those are 12-gauge shotgun munitions. Generally, we use those when manual breaching tools are ineffective, and that's during a warrant service or another situation where we need to gain access rapidly. And finally, the photo on the slide before you, that's a photo of the kinetic breaching tool. That's the new acquisition I spoke about. It runs on a blank cartridge, so there's no projectile. It's used to actuate a hardened steel plate. And if you look at the picture, the photo, the left-hand side of it has a slot. That's where the plate comes out. And that's essentially functions as a wedge. The need for that is because it defeats steel frame doors found in commercial structures and municipal buildings. And the reason that we think we need that, or we believe we need that, is after an evaluation of the City Hall, and we identified a need in order to access areas that would otherwise be inaccessible during an emergency. We have department-issued rifles and MP5s of less than 50 caliber. There's 3 functions. We have them in patrol, so our patrol officers have access to the rifles. SWAT officers have specific rifles assigned to them, and some of our detectives carry an MP5. Now, anyone that carries any of these systems needs to participate in a 20-hour additional training in order to deploy with them, and they're subject to quarterly qualifications to ensure that they're certified to carry that. We have a number of less lethal deployment systems and munitions. So the photo at the top is an example of a pepper ball launcher that's used to deploy small capsules of powdered irritant at extended range in response to assault of actively resisting suspects. The next photo down depicts one of our 40 millimeters. That is a single launcher. We also have a multi-launcher in our inventory. We use those to launch kinetic munitions. They can either be impact, marking, or chemical agent. Chemical agent deployment into a structure has specific munitions that only SWAT utilizes. And we have our 12-gauge beanbag shotgun. It's essentially the same as a standard issue Remington 870 with different foregrip and buttstock. It's orange in color. to prevent or limit any mistake with deployment utilization. All of these systems, everyone who is going to be qualified to use it needs to certify to do so annually. And the training for that doesn't just include the technical aspects of how to use these systems, but also when to use these systems. Light sound distraction devices, those are used exclusively by our trained SWAT officers. They're used for attention-getting distraction devices. They produce a loud noise and bright light at approximately a 1.5 second delay. When we deploy these, we do so in it's a controlled deployment, so we put them in an area where there's 5 feet of open space, or when they're affixed to a specified pole designed for this function in order to secure that. This also requires annual training and certification for authorized use by those SWAT officers. Chemical agents, they're deployed exclusively by our SWAT and mobile field force officers. They're only used in response to specific criteria. For instance, to limit the movement, access of a suspect in a structure in response to assaultive behavior. Our delivery methods are dictated by proximity to the target, type of chemical agent used. Additional considerations are the size of the structure in cases where we're using it in a structure of some kind. In an open air situation, like an unlawful assembly or a riot, we are able to use some of the chemical agents in those situations, but it's not for calling a First Amendment demonstration that's peaceful. The staff recommends that City Council introduce the attached ordinance, adding section 25.8 to chapter 25 of the Oceanside City Code, authorizing the city's military use equipment use policy as required by Assembly Bill 481, and myself and staff are available for questions.
Thank you very much, Captain. Okay, this is a public hearing. Do we have any requests to speak via slips?
We do not have any requests to speak on this item.
This is the time to hear from the public on this very specific item. If you wish to address the council and express your position, you can, or comments, input, you can please rise, go to the podium, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Please provide your name.
Eddie Bickham, B-I-C-K-H-A-M, citizen of Oceanside. I just have a question for the speaker. I listened to him inherently, I watched his slides, and I still don't know what he wants to do.
Oh,
does he want
Chief,
the equipment?
do you want to
Does
go
he
ahead
want
and...
different equipment? Does he want ordinance, not one ordinance? I'm not sure.
Okay, this is a requirement by the state for the city to adopt an ordinance, which includes a lot of notice to the public about, number one, well, I should let you, Chief, say this. You're much more precise than I will be.
So per the Assembly bill, we are required to present this item at a public hearing and ultimately get the council's blessing on our continued use of specified equipment, as well as develop the process for obtaining any additional equipment in the future. It's largely in response to, if you're familiar with the federal surplus 1033 program, many communities around the country have taken advantage of that, but it's somewhat controversial.
Yes, it
We've
is.
not participated in that program for probably well over 10 years, and we don't currently have
It's just a
any.
matter of record, Chief, so that we can say it was brought before the council, but you're not asking for any of it.
We're asking for continued use of the stuff that we already have, yes. And then for the consumables, to be able to procure those as supplies diminish.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I wouldn't have been as succinct. I would have been very wordy on this. Yes, sir.
Hey, Ethan Cole, K-O-L-A-S-I-N-S-K-I. And I just wanted to say, I wanted the council to be concerned about the cost, and it kind of reminds me of, towards the end of the year when I can hear Camp Pendleton's bombs going boom, 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 boom. And is it really, are they asking, for a continued budget, but I do understand the necessity of the police to be kind of ahead of the curve, so to speak, as far as protecting the public. What a necessary entity, police department, so necessary. But I just, I want the council to be conscientious of the cost and, and budget. That's pretty much it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I see no one else rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this. Oh, yes. My apologies.
Can I use this one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Yusef Miller with the North County chapter of the NAACP. And I noticed in the list of items and equipment that there was surveillance equipment. We understand that surveillance is surveillance, right, for criminal activity and things of that nature. But is there any documentation on rules or regulations on how to use this surveillance equipment? Are we going to just rely on a cross my fingers? I swear to God, I'm not going to do it. Or are we going to have ordinance policies in line to say that there are certain limits to how you surveil people and how long you keep it and what you can do with that information once you have it? There are a lot of people who are just walking around and their goings and comings are not part of police activity. And if that's captured on film, we need to make sure that it's going to be disposed of in a way that protects people's rights. So we have surveillance in those drones and things like that, but I think we need ordinance that specifies how they use it, what they can use it for, and once they have it, how long they maintain it. Without that, we're just crossing the fingers and saying that there's no one in the department who is going to sell our information or use it in a unprofessional way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Okay, and we will get that response once I've closed the public, this portion of the hearing. And I see no one else rising, so I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the hearing and ask Chief or Captain to respond to that inquiry.
Regarding any specific surveillance, my reference was for our drones or our UASs. We don't use those as blanket surveillance tools. We use those for incident-specific uses, and we're not out just surveilling the public at all. Any flight that we take with those UASs, I had mentioned before, there's a lot of governance.
A lot of documentation.
A lot of documentation. We document every flight, literally every flight. And we have flight logs, and purpose is included in that.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, to council, Councilmember Rodriguez.
I'd like to move approval on this item.
Okay, I accidentally pressed both buttons, so I don't know if there was somebody else that would wish to speak. So there's a motion and a second, and this is for introduction of the ordinance, so title the ordinance.
This is the introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside, California, adding Chapter 25, Section 25.A to the Oceanside City Code, approving the city's military equipment policy in accordance with Assembly Bill 481.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Last public hearing item is item number 22. This is adoption of a resolution fixing maximum solid waste user rates and annual compensation consumer price index adjustment to Waste Management of California, approval of Waste Management's annual request for consumer price index adjustment under the city's solid waste service contract, and direction to staff to implement the user rates and franchise provider charges. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing, request disclosure of by council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff only. Staff.
Staff?
Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro. Is there any correspondence and or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence on this
Thank
item.
you. We're going to go ahead and begin testimony with by Colleen Foster, our environmental officer. No, we're not. Sorry. As I look up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here in lieu of Colleen Foster. My name is Annika Anderson, and I'm the Senior Environmental Specialist for the Water Utilities Department. I'm here today to speak about the Waste Management Annual Consumer Price Index Adjustment Request. Staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution fixing the maximum solid waste user rates, approve Waste Management's annual request for a consumer price index adjustment under the city's current solid waste service contract, and direct staff to implement the user rates and franchise provider charges. The current contract with Waste Management expires on December 31st of 2023 and established initial rates for all user services for both residential and commercial collection. The CPI request from Waste Management is included in your staff report for your reference, and the CPI adjustments were requested by Waste Management and granted in between 2012 to 2019. Due to the Amendment 1 of the contract in 2019, no CPI adjustment occurred in 2020, and an 18th month reconciled rate was approved by Council in 2021. Waste Management requested a percentage increase of 4.7% based on either the 100% of the difference in this year's and previous year's National All Cities CPIU or 75% of the difference of this year's and previous year's San Diego Area CPIU. This was requested by Waste Management and verified by staff. This is the highest percentage increase since the beginning of the contract at 4.7%. In addition to the CPI rate increase, Waste Management is requesting additional service options to benefit and fill service gaps for residential, commercial, and multifamily customers that are described on the screen and within your staff report. Additionally, these are the list of service options and rates that are also described within your staff report. For the standard residential service of 35-gallon landfill cart and 160, the rate will increase by 89 cents per month or $1068 per year under the CPI adjustment. And for commercial services, the 3-yard landfill bin going 1 time a week will increase by $523 per month or $6276 per year. The demonstrated revenues and expenses are little more than $850,000, and there will be no increase to internal city fees, so it will be both coming in and out to Waste Management. Both of these items were anticipated and included in the 2022-23 budget request provided to Council. So finally, staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution fixing the maximum rate, approve Waste Management's annual request for consumer price index adjustment, and direct staff to implement the user rate and franchise provider charges. And I am available for any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. This is a time for the public to speak to the council, give their input. Do we have any requests to speak?
We have one from Jimmy Knott.
Okay, Mr. Knott, afterwards I will ask, you did not have to have submitted a slip, so I will then ask if anybody else wishes to speak. Mr. Knott?
Yes, Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Director Dale, if you remember years ago when I sat on to the Utilities Commission, I proposed this, and at that time it was sort of controversial, but what I would like to say is I thank you for all your efforts in bringing this forward and bringing it into negotiations. But what I would like to also have is for the council and also for the department to take in consideration real life income impacts. And what that goes to is that we have people that live in our city that live on $1,000 or less a month. How they do it is a miracle. And these are people that live on minimum Social Security. And unless the federal government that would take and up it up to a living standard, or the state assists us, in some way, the city is almost obligated morally to help out those citizens. And I would like to propose that we start looking at those real income impacts for those citizens. They're normally either seniors who throughout life have been in the service community, or there are widows or disabled. And they don't deserve to be kicked aside and kicked down the street and to be made homeless. I hope this council in our community has a big enough heart to reach out and say, we'll give you a hand. We need to start looking at those things. And I would hope that when we do look at rate increases that we control in our community, that we do lend a hand to those people and search for ways to do that. I would take and say I agree with this to move on with it, but in any negotiations in the future, please bear down with whoever we're negotiating with and ask them to please have a heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other requests to speak? I see no one rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing and go to the council. Deputy Mayor Keim. A motion to adopt the resolutions and approve adjustments and direct staff. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 25. This is under Mayor and/or council member items. This is a request, my request with Councilmember Rodriguez to reinstate the Community Relations Commission and give direction to staff. This is an item that has been discussed over the years since the Community Relations Commission was, I don't know, dissolved. Okay, I was thinking about the best possible description here, which was basically part of a more general consolidation that occurred during the Great Recession, 2009, something like that. And so with the idea being at some point, when the city got back on its feet, then we would consider bringing back some of the commissions that were dissolved. That included the Senior Commission, Youth Commission. I mean, there was an Integrated Waste Commission, but this one, the Community Relations Commission, has been requested by the community several times over the years. We are a very diverse community. This is a commission that served the city very well, especially with addressing issues as they arose, to get to speak to members of the city staff and resolve those issues as quickly as possible. And Councilmember Rodriguez, did you want to say anything, make some comments on this?
Yeah, I wanted to participate in the mayor's request. I wasn't, I've never been to one of these past commission meetings, but it sounded like an opportunity to address additional concerns and issues that come up in the community to kind of maybe get things resolved faster. Obviously, we can set up 1,000 different commissions and committees, but that weighs on our current city staff with other issues. And so I think it's important that we consider this, but also be practical about it. And if we're not having the community participation that we think it deserves, then we need to be more practical and fold that up. But I agree with the item, and any opportunities we can have for the community to come and share and point out issues in the community, I fully support.
Thank you. And this is a request from the NAACP, the FACO, the Phil Lamb community, the Latino community, the Samoan community especially, and the LGBTQ community. So do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, we do. We have one speaker, Jimmy Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. The reason why I asked to speak on this is that years ago, the disabled community had representation onto the Community Relations Committee. And I would like to take and make sure that the Community Relations Commission takes and has representation from the disabled community to make sure that ADA compliance in our city is fully effective within that commission. And until that the Senior Citizens Commission is reestablished, I would like to also have senior citizen representation onto this commission as well, because the senior citizens of our community have been pleading and begging since the dissolution of the senior commission to have a representation or voice that can be heard instead of having it buried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead. I know Satya Austin, the president of the NAACP, has been waiting patiently, and I'm going to go ahead and ask her to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I definitely appreciate that this item is back on the agenda. For nothing else, that I've heard a lot of things today. Some I applaud, some things I'm disgusted, but here we are. And this further shows why we need to have a voice that amplifies the people, their voices and their concerns. Because once again, if we neglect that, then there's no reason for us to have a council. There's no reason to have a community. We need to be able to be in touch with our community members and let them know that their voices count. I want to see more of that than what I saw this evening. So again, I'm a little passionate about that, but again, I wanted to make sure you know that I know you, thank you for your honesty, saying you don't really know what it's about, but before, when its first existence, there were several communities against each other. That commission successfully brought those communities together. We have a more resolve in our community because of this commission. And so I don't know, again, why it was dissolved, but the rumor is because of budget. And I really hope that we do not choose money over people, because that is disgusting at that point. And so again, I'm urging everybody to not just have a majority vote, but have a unanimous vote, because again, it shows that you're concerned for your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Lou De La Rosa, who actually served on the commission.
Yes, I was a former Community Relations Commissioner, and I really like this to be able to come back to the community. It does help the diversity, the equality input for the whole community. Like Mr. Nutt mentioned, the seniors is part of the community, and it really, again, I understand it was dissolved due to the budget, due to the economic, but I think we're back to where now is the city of Oceanside has tripled population. And I think we need to hear the people in the community to listen, the input, and at the end of the day, of course, you, the council, the mayor makes the decision. So I thank you if you please reconsider to bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Borrego, I understand that you were able to do the research and find the information regarding this commission.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, yes, staff in preparation for this item did research the commission as it once existed in terms of its mission and some of the actions that had been taken in the past in furtherance of the work that commission was enabled to complete. And so staff is prepared to follow the direction as provided by council in terms of its consideration of this request.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Weiss?
So actually, the Community Relations Commission wasn't entirely dissolved, but it was incorporated into the Housing Commission, and it's actually part of their current work plan. So I guess to the mayor, is the Housing Commission not doing their job in implementing that portion of their work plan related to the Community Relations Commission?
So bottom line is, the rules say that you cannot have anyone on a subcommittee that is not part of that commission. And so there is no one that is represented on the Housing Commission within the diverse community. So basically, there's the Housing Commission only addresses the Housing Commission.
So is it because they haven't applied or you haven't appointed them?
No, it's a full commission. It's a full commission, and
So they're not doing their job.
So bottom line is the request, the very specific request, is that there be its own commission, that it be reinstated, not be some part of a subcommittee that never, is based on the interests of commissioners that are more interested in housing issues than they are on community relations.
And what would the new commission do? The exact same as the old one did?
Yes.
Do you have a list of what that prior work plan was?
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, yes, I do actually have a copy of the last work plan that I could find in our archives sitting in front of me here.
Was it more than the Martin Luther King Scholarship event?
Yes, it was,
okay.
To answer your question succinctly.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
So tonight, we're giving staff instruction to
Direct staff to bring back. Because
because I haven't even looked at what this work plan is and all of that.
Right.
You know what
That
I'm saying?
will be
And so,
brought
like,
back.
is this going to be another future item we vote on, or
Yes.
is it just going to start?
No,
It's
no.
going to be a future item we vote on.
Yes, we're giving direction to staff to bring back language that we can then vote on.
Yeah, because I want to see the mission, the work plan, and
Yes.
make sure we have tangible targets and actions we're going to move on, and the community can participate in that. So, yeah, I'm supporting this for staff to spend the time to bring back to council on what that will look like, and then we can make a vote at that future
Yes.
point. Okay.
So that's a second to my motion. Councilmember Jensen?
Yes, I've received a lot of correspondence regarding this, and there's a lot of community support for it and a lot of requests for this to be reinstated. I did not know that it had been wrapped into the Housing Commission. So, but I definitely support this. We need this. I think we also need a commission to address the homeless issue, an ad hoc committee that could give us community input on, options, solutions.
We do have a subcommittee within the Housing Commission on homelessness.
Within the Housing Commission again.
The Housing Commission, yes.
The Housing Commission has a lot of responsibilities.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It is, in fact, the only commission required that the city is required to have. All the other commissions are not required.
Okay.
So, no other lights, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we are on public communications, not on the agenda. How many speakers do we have?
We have 22 speakers.
Okay, 2 minutes each.
Okay. As I call your name, please approach to the podium, and we do have 2 podiums that you could use. Our first speaker is Jimmy Knott, to be followed by Stephen G. Sidlowski, to be followed by Mark Dice, to be followed by Shelley Parker. And you will have 2 minutes.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I have a request of you, if you can honor one of our employees who has recently passed away, and also adjourn in his
Homer
honor.
Post, yes.
And that is Homer Post, the Director of Senior Services. And he also is going to be having a memorial service. And if there is any way possible, the community is asking if it's possible that if his family in the place where the memorial is being serviced at, that it could be put over like a Zoom telecast to like one of our senior centers, that it can be done. I would request that the city help in making that possible, if that is possible. So he has been one of the best, shall I say, the word religion comes from the word relege, which means shoestring. And he was a person of a true religion, taking the needs of individuals and the surplus and supplies and everything that he had available, and piecing them together with those people that had a need. And I can tell you from the time working with him, he was a man of the heart. And I can tell you, without him, he is severely missed.
He's greatly missed, yes.
And so if you can adjourn in his honor, and please help in any way possible to bring that service to the people and let them attend remotely, it would be very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steven Sidlofsky.
Beloved Mayor, council members, I'm lay brother Steven Sidlofsky. I'm delighted to be here speaking to you. It's a special day for myself, actually. My deceased mother would be her birthday. With Mother's Day coming up, I know we all love our mothers, and so I just want to open with a simple song first. The joy of the Spirit of God, it's love for His creation. The joy of the Spirit of God, it's love for His creation. How appropriate for Mother's Day, right? I handed all of you this wonderful Bible bookmark. Of course, it has valuable information on it. I hope you'll research a lot of it. And everybody in the audience, if you have not received this Bible bookmark, see me afterward. I'm delighted to let all of you know, I hope I have this right. I've come before you to speak on the new possibility of an Oceanside personhood city. You have a wonderful Franciscan mission here, and I'm a Third Order of St. Francis. California has a rich tradition, of course, of Franciscan missions, and you're one of the 21 cities, which is why I am here. On the back of the flyer that you have, I have provided you with a wonderful draft of a new personhood sanctuary city protecting the to-be-born. Your city is already a pro-life city. It preserves life. Life is not being ended in your city. Take a look at the draft, and I hope that between Mother's Day and Father's Day, you're going to call me back.
Thank you very much,
and
sir.
vote on this new possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dice.
Thank you. I'm sure that you heard that that Elon Musk has bought Twitter, and I don't need to tell you that this is one of the greatest threats to our democracy ever. He's made it clear that he's going to turn it into a free speech platform, and he's going to stop censoring and banning so many conservatives. And I want you to show me where in the Constitution it says that someone has the right to say something that can hurt another person's feelings or post memes on the internet that make fun of them. And people are posting memes online, mocking Joe Biden's age, and even saying that he is senile. And so how are us Democrats going to win in the midterms later this year, or let alone the 2024 presidential election, if we're not able to control the flow of information on one of the most powerful social media platforms on the planet? Twitter drives the news cycle. What if Elon Musk stops employees from manually inserting topics into the trending module? How is everybody going to learn about important holidays like Pansexual Awareness Day or Gender Non-Binary Teacher Appreciation Week? But it will get worse than that. White, cisgender, heterosexual Trump supporters will be able to post racist and sexist tweets. I'm already seeing tweets from people like Larry Elder talking about the fatherlessness homes in the Black community and the 75% out of wedlock birth rate. Do we really need those kinds of discussions on social media today? I don't think so. You know, Mark Zuckerberg does a great job of keeping hate speech off of his platform. And so if there's any ideas that anybody has on how we can stop Elon Musk from allowing free speech on Twitter, I'm all ears. You know, I'm willing to do anything. So I think this needs to be stopped as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Dice.
Thank you.
Shelley Parker.
Good evening, City Council, Honorable Mayor Shelley Parker, Rancho San Luis Rey. It's almost past my bedtime. I came here tonight first to say, I don't think he's here, but thank you to Kurt Munt for actually coming back out and doing another inspection in our park. We're not happy with the results from that inspection because the criteria is 40+ years old, and it does not take into account the denigration and the what has happened in the park and that kind of thing. So we're going to go to the state of California because Leilani has said that she will do whatever the state is. So I'm going to be speaking with Matt Weiss, who is the head of code enforcement for HCD, to see if we can get a more intense criteria. I will say to you that Rancho San Luis Rey is under suspension. The Louis Ray LLC is under suspension and in forfeiture with the Franchise Tax Board. It should not be actually operating, and it should not have a permit to operate. That means that it should not actually get the permissive rent increase. And if you go to the Secretary of State website, you can see it. So thank you very much for listening. That's what I have to say for tonight.
Thank you, Shelley. Christina Beal.
Good evening. I also live in Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park, and I'm here to, if I can read my own notes, to address the matter of the annual rent increase for the to all mobile home parks, but specifically Rancho San Luis Rey. Fire season is year-round in California. We are in a severe drought, and our water resources are at record-level lows. The fire department is warning us to be ready for this year's wildfires. ReadySanDiego.org asks if we can be ready, or can we be ready to evacuate in 15 minutes or less. However, an Oceanside Fire Department spokesperson told me that mobile homes can burn to the ground in 7 minutes or less. Uh-oh, what time's flying? I bring this severe matter to your attention because I live in the Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park. As you are all aware, this is an over 55 community of 433 homes, so probably 600 or 700 residents. Many don't have a car. Many are unable to evacuate themselves. We have 2 exit strategies. Can you imagine some 300 or more cars trying to get out of a burning mobile home park via 2 exits? Can you hear people screaming? Horns blaring? Can you feel the heat of the fire? What if the lilac fire that happened in December of 2017, I believe, started in Bonsall, about 17 miles east of here, and there were over 100 or 1,000 people evacuated.
Thank you, Ms. Beal.
Do I have to quit?
Yeah,
All right.
sorry.
I just want to stress that the annual increase, rent increase for the Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park should not be allowed. Our lives are at risk.
Thank you very much. Nancy Maglio.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and Oceanside Community Council members. I am here to address the matter of the sober living home brought up by Mr. Jensen.
Right.
I am a resident of Capistrano Park. I'm a transplant. I've only lived here for 5 years. I originally grew up on the North Shore of Chicago, but came to San Diego the first time when I was 3 months old and have come back every year since with my dream and my goal to be the California dream. I realized through hard work my goal, purchased a property, paid taxes, and am a public school teacher and a public servant full-time in this community. However, the limit of my public service and my public dream has to say, I'm sorry, not in my neighborhood. We have a park, we have a school, we have families. This is not the place for a sober living home. We have a limited entrance and exit to our neighborhood. Camp Pendleton's gate often adds to the traffic. For that reason, I have to say no, not in my neighborhood. We have limited parking. Most homes have a one-car space and street parking. We have limited sidewalks. For that reason, I must say no, not in my neighborhood. Oceanside property values in Capistrano Park have been continuing to rise as they have all along the coast in California. These property increases would be affected by a sober living home and therefore would affect the revenue brought in from increased sales to increased property taxes. So Oceanside must say, no, not in our neighborhood. So for our families, for the investments, for the already strained transit and traffic issues, and the calls of assistance from my California dream, I must say I'm sorry, not in my neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Maglio. Dottie Martin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I live at 2579 Yucca Road. I know I've spoken to some of you. I'm here in support for the Jensens and the Capistrano neighborhood. David Fishbeck bought 2 properties next to me. The sober living home overlooks right my driveway. They were allowed to make a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house is now a 7-bedroom, 3-bath house. The 4 bedrooms facing my house house, in the last 30 days, and as of right now, they house 6 people in the 4 bedrooms. Right now, there are anywhere from 8 to 11 people living on the property with 6 to 8 cars every night, parked in the street and on their property. I won't even go into the house next door where there are 3 units and he's grading now to put an ADU, and there's 8 properties there. I would like the cars, the trash truck goes down my road, can no longer do a 3-point turn, he has to back out. I can hardly back out of my driveway. I would like David Fishbach stopped doing all this, having 8 to 11 people in a house and no one does anything. The cars are out of this. The traffic's horrible, the cars. I'm reading a statement from another person that could not be here. My name is Mike Moore. I reside at 1763 Yucca Road. I recognize this agenda pertains to items on sober living, but I want to call a collective attention to the real matter. David Fishbach, he is like a disease. The sober living homes, the illegal dwelling units, the chopping up of single homes, unpermitted construction, they're merely the symptoms of an underlying disease. I'm not addressing the council, the members. I'm addressing those of you in the audience who are sick and tired of this disease continuing to fester. In order to fight this, we need to hold the city accountable for passing more stringent laws. We need to hold staff responsible for enforcing the laws. We need to ensure that those employed to serve us act on our behalf. If they do not, we need to replace people in power who will serve our needs, whether by election or appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. John Botteroff. Okay.
Thank you, City Council. My name is John Bottorff. I wanted to speak today about air pollution. Particularly today is World Asthma Day. May is Asthma Awareness Month. So over 25 million Americans have asthma, including over 6 million children. Asthma is the 3rd leading cause of hospitalization among children. And I've talked to you before about the fire pits at the harbor because wood smoke is a massive trigger for asthma. So right now, the air quality down at the harbor is actually pretty good right now because all the fire pits were removed due to the dredging. And it's a pretty straightforward thing for the city council to just not put the fire pits back. You've got about another 3-4 weeks before the dredging is done. Just don't put them back. So wood smoke, I've talked about before. There's a lot of toxic chemicals in it. Benzene, formaldehyde, acrolein, all causing cancer, including PHs, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. It's very, very bad stuff. PAHs, as I talked about, 10 pounds of wood burnt in 1 hour is the same amount of cancer-causing PAHs as 6,000 packs of cigarettes. That's like smoking a pack of cigarettes every day for 16 years, simply by burning 10 pounds of wood in 1 hour in a fire pit. Now imagine if you have 6 fire pits, the amount of cancer-causing chemicals that are coming out there every single night. So again, that's why I'm asking the city council, very straightforward, just don't put the fire pits back. They're already pulled out, just don't put them back. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Hume?
Hi, my name is Suzanne Hume, and thank you. This is Debbie Matthews, NAACP and Vista Community Clinic, and a big shout out to all of our friends at NAACP and NAACP Youth Council for being here. So love you guys so much. You're so awesome. Anyway, I'm here today. Yes, it's World Asthma Day, and just here to talk and advocate for clean air and stopping toxic chemicals. It's all within your reach. It's free. Don't put the fire pits back. As John was saying, because, kids are over there and they're running around, and we've got air meters that show, the World Health Organization, WHO, says no more than 5 micrograms or less per cubic meter of PM 2.5. Basically what that means is 5 or less. And over there, we have readings of up in the high 200s and 300s. So when we told CARB about it, the state, they were just beside themselves that Oceanside is doing this. And so the harbor master, he doesn't want these fire pits. Anyway, lots to say. Please stop leasing the tomato fields. People live there. I was poisoned there 100 feet. They're using toxic chemicals banned in other countries. This needs to stop now. Some of our NAACP youth are not here tonight, but living right there and going to school, it's unacceptable. Also, please get an unleaded fuel tank at the airport. There's no safe level of lead, and San Diego's doing it. It costs between $87,000 and $200,000. Everything else I'm asking you is free. So also smoking ordinances. So we're asking to help protect people from second and third hand smoke. We have lots of things that we've emailed, really easy to do. Multifamily housing ordinances that have been passed in other places. The harbor is full of cigarette butts and people smoking, and we need some no smoking signs. And we need to protect our youth. NAACP and Elevate Youth through Vista Community Clinic are working on some important things. And we'll
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yusef Miller?
Good evening, Yusef Miller, YUSEF MILLER. And we must avoid at all costs any pesticides and poisons as we're moving towards urban greening. Urban greening is a great thing, and as we're moving forward, we can't undermine our progress by poisoning our environment, our water, our land, our air. We see that these poisons and pesticides have runoff into our waters. They stay in our soils. Our kids, they play in these parks, and they experience contact with these grasses, which cause skin problems, and breathing the air, causing airway problems. These things are avoidable if we make smart and wise choices towards pesticides and these poisons. But not only are people in danger and people are affected by these poisons, but also the bees are also affected by these hazards that are in our grasses, in our plants. We also have these birds that eat these insects, which are poisoned by these pesticides, and then they are also harmed. We also have this runoff running into our aquatic areas, which also continues to harm. And what else, we just don't know. So many other things that are poisoning our environment and our community, and we're doing it on purpose. I'm sorry, not on purpose, but we're doing it with maybe not on purpose, but with the intention of doing something good. which is urban greening. Please avoid pesticides at all costs. Our children are involved. Our elderly are involved. Our air is involved and our water is involved. We need decisions that put people over profits, of our health and our fitness over finances, and our kids over cash. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Matthews.
Thank you. I'm Debbie Matthews, and I'm the NAACP Youth Advisor. I'm also with the Clean Air for Kids and Elevate Youth Program, which is a program.
The mic, yes,
Oh, you
thank
can't
you.
hear me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Which is a program that is advocating the youth are going out into the community under the guidelines of Vista Community Clinic and North Coastal Convention and NAACP to advocate to other youth about the harmful effects of tobacco, marijuana, and vaping, and especially fentanyl. We're putting on the fight for the war against all of these products and the youth using it. So I'd like you to please take a closer look at supporting the youth and our environment and health of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kelly McCormick. Is Kelly? Oh, there you are.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Kelly McCormick, and I'm here to speak in support of clean air as well tonight. And I'd like to bring attention to a new campaign from Kick It California, which is part of First 5 California, a statewide effort to improve the health and well-being of young children. And the statement that they recently released in association with the campaign says, quote, marijuana smoke contains many of the same cancer-causing chemicals as secondhand cigarette smoke, with twice the amount of hydrogen cyanide. Secondhand marijuana smoke can create longer-lasting effects on blood vessel function than cigarette smoke. And kids who are exposed to indoor secondhand marijuana smoke are more likely to experience ear infections, bronchitis, asthma, and skin conditions, end quote. Some people may not realize it, but those who use tobacco or marijuana in the vicinity of children are causing harm. And not just from the secondhand smoke that the children inhale, but also from the chemical residue that accumulates on curtains, flooring, carpets, walls, stuffed animals, and more. As you know, kids spend a lot of time on the floor and then they put their hands in their mouths, so they're putting those toxins right into their system that way as well. So for the health of Oceanside's children, I ask that you ban both smoking and vaping of either tobacco or marijuana in multifamily housing. Everyone deserves the right to breathe clean air, even those who are too young to ask for it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Eckhoff. Diane Eckhoff, E-C-K-H-O-F. She may have left. Brandon Bournes. Brandon Bournes. Katie Taylor. I see Katie.
Good evening, Council. I'll try to go fast because I have more pictures. Coming home last night over the Jefferson off-ramp at 78, in the evening, I saw that the shopping cart congregation was getting bigger and bigger. And so today, I called Caltrans, Catherine Johnson, great contact there, told her that the homeless encampment was getting bigger, and what they do is they park their shopping carts at the top of the westbound off-ramp, and then they walk down to where their homeless encampments are. I said, Catherine, I said, one of these days we're gonna have a fire. The brush is getting dry. They're cutting the weeds to try to cover their tents with it. So this is some of the homeless junk right past those shopping carts. So I drove over to El Camino Real so I could get on 78 headed west so I could go up the off-ramp and take a picture of all the carts. Lo and behold, when I got there, there's been a fire. I called the fire department today, spoke to one of the inspectors. He was very, very helpful. He was not the person on duty, but he gave me the number of the person who was on duty when we had that fire. I'm already working with the city right now with Mike. He's been great on the Lagoon View issue. because we're going to have the same thing over there. You cannot have homeless people living in that kind of debris and in weeds and not have fires. But the issue is, you guys, shopping cart. This is what allows them to take all their stuff. We've got to do a shopping cart ordinance like Carlsbad. Plus, what I found today, our homeless people now have street sales on Lagoon View Drive. They had their own signs up. They had charges for everything they had laying there. And this has got to be all kinds of ordinances. And this is a view of the homeless encampment down there. But the shopping carts are the issue. We take those shopping carts away from them, like we've done in Carlsbad. We can clean this area up. Let's get Albertsons, let's get Target, let's get the managers involved. You talk about a commission, put a team together and solve this problem once and for all on Jefferson and 78.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Gossman. Greg Hogan.
Council, I'm Greg Hogan. I live at Capistrano Drive. I'm here to speak my concerns about the sober living facility with David Fischbach. I've been reading up on this. I've been invested in that community for 30-some years. I'm a neighbor of Darren. It's a nice neighborhood. I plan on staying there. A lot of children around. This sober facility does not belong in this neighborhood. I've been reading up on this a lot. And this Fischbach guy, he does it for money, strictly for money. He doesn't do it in his own neighborhood. He illegally puts too many people in these places, and when they get thrown out, they're on the street. We've already got some homeless issues because we live right at the river there, and they come out of the river at night, rob houses, steal. This will exacerbate the problem. I guess that's about it, but we just don't want it in our neighborhood. We're all pretty close in the neighborhood, and we brought the neighborhood up a long ways. I've been there 30-some years, and I'm invested not just in my house there. So we need rules. We need to stop what's going on. And from what I see, there's no rules stopping this guy from doing whatever he wants to do right now. So please help us out, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Edward Mays. Mr. Mays.
City Council, Mayor, I noticed nobody said good night to you.
Not yet. We're not good night yet.
Getting a little late.
Almost there.
Yeah, I've been in the neighborhood a long time, probably 22 years.
Capistrano.
I know Hogan, I know Brennan. I've actually lived with this guy. I know a lot of people in this house, and what the last thing we need in that neighborhood is more transients. And transients from this halfway house, they're gonna bring their friends from the river. This is not a good idea, and it's gonna cause more police activity. They all end up in the back of my neighborhood, and they don't know a way out. And then we have a problem. I've had 2 close calls with deaths, fights, where they don't know their way out. I'm asking them to leave. I've been violently beaten. I've had a broken back from people out of the alley. I don't want this anymore. We don't need a halfway house in our neighborhood. There are too many people, too many friends and family that we're blue collar. We don't make the money that you guys make. We're blue collar, and we have built an establishment in Capistrano, and we want to keep it that way. And that's all I want to tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Kevin Prince.
My name is Kevin Prince. My wife and I own a house in the Capistrano neighborhood, and we plan to start a family this year. This is one of the few semi-affordable neighborhoods young couples can actually buy a home and raise a family, as you may have noticed by the turnout about 3 hours ago. Most of those people left with their children. Our neighborhood has no form of public transportation and one access and one exit road. There's already an ongoing problem with homeless and drug users. A sober living house should be situated away from areas that enable them, wouldn't you think? That would be compassion. This is not about compassion. This is about making money. That is why this issue has come up. An affordable house has been purchased, and the only concern is the return on investment. What is the success rate of sober living homes? What is the increase in calls to police in areas that have sober living homes? These are the issues that should be taken into account. If compassion is an argument for the sober living house, where is the compassion for the hardworking, tax-paying residents who currently live here? Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Walker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Peggy Walker. For about 25 years, I've worked in tobacco use prevention and education, working with teachers and parents and kids. And since clean air, pollution, and hazardous waste have been big topics tonight, I thought it would be a good time to suggest a flavored tobacco ban. Flavored tobacco products are the #1 choice of about 95% of our youth. Flavored tobacco products, besides causing illness and death, are an environmental polluters and air polluters. They wreak havoc through second and third-hand smoke and vapor, and they also contain carcinogens, harmful chemicals and toxins, and heavy metals. And I think we all understand the harms of using tobacco to our health, but these are polluters too. The waste can seep into waterways and sensitive ecosystems, harming wildlife. These products also cause hazardous waste. That's because non-biodegradable, non-disposable e-cigs and vapes must use lithium-ion batteries, and these batteries are causing cities, school campuses, and college campuses costly cleanup because of soaring student use and because they must be handled as hazardous waste for disposal. And so I would ask you to consider all these problems presented by flavored tobacco products, and consider, as cities such as San Diego, Solana Beach, and Imperial Beach have done, and consider a flavored tobacco ban. Cities like Chula Vista are also considering them. I know that parents would support such a ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray Scott.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Ray Scott, and I'm big to differ with all those people. It's not Capistrano, it's North Terrace, and I was born there 60 years ago. I've watched this neighborhood go up and down. What I'm asking the council to do is get a full disclosure on 618 Sunset. What it's sold for, where it's at in escrow, what permits been pulled. I've called code enforcement twice and sat on the phone for 30 minutes to report, and I can't get through to the city. That's why I'm here today. If you're to protect us, please look into this issue. And there's a child development center behind it. There's North Terrace School. We already are on the amber list for a resident in the neighborhood. We have enough parking as it is. We are coming to you to help us protect our families, our children, our way of life. And Ms. Sanchez, you knew my father well. In fact, probably more of you did than not. We've taken care of that neighborhood since 1953. I'm not stepping down, but I want you guys to tell me how to fight. That's what I'm asking for. And would everybody stand up for the neighborhood?
And there's no sidewalk in front of the house.
This was unplanned. They knew we were coming, but we came, and the neighborhood is up about it. That's what I'm asking for.
4.5 hours.
I do understand a lot of people left. So, Mr. Scott, I'm going to ask Mr. Gossman to meet with you to talk about, why you didn't get responses. But we do hear you loud and clear. Our interim city manager, Mr. Borrego, will be having this looked at. But with respect to your specific comments about not getting a word back, Mr. Gossman, could you please talk to him?
We've already spoken.
Thank you. Brennan Tyner?
So my name's Brennan Tyner. I live in the Capistrano neighborhood as well. I mean, you guys have all heard, basically everybody's saying the same thing. I've got 3 kids in that neighborhood. They attend the school that's in that neighborhood. I coach a T-ball team, 100 yards from where they're talking about putting this halfway or the sober living. Okay, this guy's exploiting loopholes, and you guys need to, stand up and not let him do that, right? I mean, the main loophole that they seem to be going after is this is a disabled, facility, and we can't discriminate. I mean, that's why the city of Encinitas got slapped and did an about face on this whole issue, right? They got threatened, their money being taken away by the CHB, and they did an about face right away. Okay, like Eddie's saying, it's bogus what this guy's doing. There's no sidewalk in front of this house. How can you say this is a disabled access thing? There's no bus system for the neighborhood, right? There's one way in, one way out, basically. So I don't know how he's able to convince you guys, basically, that this serves disabled folks when it doesn't. It clearly does not serve what he's saying. This is a for-profit business. There's no businesses in this neighborhood. This is getting to be a family neighborhood. It used to be a rough neighborhood, and it's on the rise, and this is going to drag it down like an anchor. So, I mean, you guys need to, do something. I'm not the lawyer. You guys are supposed to handle that. That's why we elected you. Right? I need you guys to step up here and figure out what's going on, and don't let him, exploit a loophole that's there. I mean, yeah, that's the basic of what I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Tyner. Thank you. Satia Austin spoke on item number 25. Okay, so a general council member comments? Do you have any? Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yeah, Capistrano neighborhood's pissed off. So this is the first I'm hearing from it. I have not received any emails from anybody about a problem child house in Capistrano. That's something that I take very seriously. And, I have kids, I have concerns. So this is the first I'm hearing about it. So I appreciate the neighborhood coming in, speaking. I guess from my perspective, what I'm failing to connect, and again, because it's not on the agenda, we're not gonna make decisions, but I have free, open range to talk, is I don't even know if this is an existing, fully functional operation, or this is something that is coming, and if it's coming in the future, then where are all these impacts you're describing right now? Like, I'm kind of confused, so I would like you guys to reach out to my office.
Permits, do it.
I would like you guys to reach out to my office. And I know this is Councilmember Corey Jensen's district, so she's your council member. If you guys have issues like this, you want to go through your council member. But if there's anything we can do as a city under the realm of policy, I will consult our city attorney, and we will work together to resolve this. If there's existing issues and impacts and code violations being taken place, if we're assuming they're going to be taking place in the future, and that's where the fear is, then it's really hard to work with that.
So this meeting is almost adjourned. If you want to have a discussion with council member, anybody here, we're almost done. We can't have discuss this, but we've got information, contact information, and Mr. Borrego, as well as possibly Mr. Gossman, will be reaching out, and you can also reach the council. Councilmember Weiss?
Just real quick, I don't want to get the boot because I have a suit.
You don't want to do what? Okay, I missed it. Councilmember Jensen, it's not, it's after 9.
Yes, I would. I have spoken to the Jensens and I have spoken to the city attorney because I did receive an email and this is potential issue, and some sober living homes are really well managed and regulated, and unfortunately a lot are not. So we want this to not be a problem before it becomes a problem, and we're well aware of it.
Thank you very much. So she'll be available in a. She'll be available. Sir, thank you. Sari. Okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting in the name of Mr. Homer Post. We're going to adjourn this meeting to Wednesday, May 18th at 3:30 for a closed session. But for right now, please, this was a very wonderful city employee who worked with our seniors at the El Corazon Senior Center. We were all shocked when we heard that he had passed. And so let's in his name, have some moments of peace here. Please shut down your cell phones during this time. We miss you, Homer. Adjourned.